Lisa with all the skills.
Okay, can people on Zoom hear us?
They can't hear us? No, they said what they do.
Okay, it's just muted, but I should unmute it now. And then their view is missed. Well, the issue with the camera is the camera itself. You can't see the presenter.
While we're waiting for this, and it will be ready in time for the ones you really need to see, I am excited to be able to introduce to you Dr. James Colley. Dr. James Colley, I met last summer while I was attending ASCE, and I stumbled upon a session. I actually had to work really hard to get to it because the room had changed and all sorts of crazy stuff. And it was a fantastic session that was very enlightening in terms of different ways of knowing and thinking about and conceptualizing these notions around STEM. Very things that I'm very much interested in. And then later on, I think it may have been the next day or later that same day, I saw that his name was on the program. I was interested in what his topic was. And I started sitting, waiting, like, where is he at? He's running late, what's going on? And the music starts. And here comes this wonderful, dynamic, young African-American scholar who just blew us away with what he had to say. And as I was sitting there, my note to self, tell Mark, we got to get him at one of our meetings. And so I'm very excited that Dr. Colley has agreed to join us. And I'll just share a little bit of his bio that you all were able to read as well. He's an assistant professor of mechanical engineering and core faculty member within the Engineering Education Research Program at the University of Michigan. He comes to us by way of Tuskegee University with a master's from Michigan State University, both in mechanical engineering, and he earned his doctorate in engineering education from Purdue University. And what I like most is the way that he situates and thinks about this thing that we call STEM. And so his research paradigm is shaped by his experiences growing up within a Black church, within a Black city, and later studying at Tuskegee University, a Black institution. And so he just brings a wealth of experience of thinking about and trying to understand this notion of Blackness as it relates to this monolith that we call STEM, that we know is very systemically racist, right? And it's problematic. And so he helps us to problematize the ways that we think about this. And so I would ask that you join me in welcoming Dr. Colley, and I hope that we will be able to see him on the screen and just get everything worked out.
All right, good morning. Try to get this up. Folks online, are you all able to see that?
We cannot see your screen, but we can hear you well.
Okay, I think I need to share this somehow.
You go back to Zoom.
How about now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
And I know you see like, it looks like you just only see like my chin down.
Yes,
I can't say that's my
that's fine.
third side. So back up. Yeah, I did.
Just a little down, to the left, to the left.
Well, I mean, like the camera, they basically just right here.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Well, it's the owl. The owl is the camera.
Right.
There we go. All right. Is that better, folks online? I try to be still.
Perfect. Thank you.
It is hard, yes. I like to walk around, do all type of stuff, so it kind of went out. I think. Right there. I'm gonna try for the folks online to be still.
Do what you need to do.
All right. So let's get into it. Good morning. I often try to greet folks with Habari Gani. Curious, anyone know what that means? Who is here with us today? Anyone? Online, in person? Have a good day. It's a good guess.
Habari seems like cab, I don't know.
Yeah, so it's Swahili for what's the news. But it's used kind of like how we greet each other, hello, good morning, or in Black cultural community traditions, what's up? What up though? What's good? And it's a way of checking in on someone, but also just greeting folks. So you may say that and they may spit it back to you, like, what's good, what's up? And you keep it going, or maybe like, well, I got this going on. So it could be either way, right? But the Swahili is specifically, it relates to the Black cultural holiday of Kwanzaa. Anybody familiar with Kwanzaa? All right, here we go. Right, 7-day holiday at the end of the year. And so during the time of Kwanzaa, when you say Habari Gani, what people actually respond with is the principle of the day, right? There's 7 different principles. I won't go through those, but today I want to start with this idea of Nia, which translates to purpose, right? And so Dr. Merriweather talked about my background. You all read the bio, and I just want to say that, like, today I'm not here necessarily to answer the dominant narrative questions of why we don't have certain people in STEM more broadly in higher ed. I'm more so the work and the lens through which I talk about is about purpose. And specifically it says to make our collective vocation the building and developing of our community in order to restore people to their traditional greatness. So the reason why I'm situated as a professor, that's my vocation. And the purpose of that is to restore Black folks to the prominence that they properly deserve and have exerted historically in various cultures and traditions, but have been suppressed within what we call the United States, which is a white supremacist social structure, right? And I'll talk about white supremacy. I know the terms get thrown around a lot. So again, just within that framework, because I may talk about things or I may not answer questions the way you would like them to be answered, or may not frame them in the way that you just traditionally used to them being framed. But this is the point I want to talk about, or the framework from which I come from. Also, the slides are very wordy. I haven't figured out how to get around just using the words that somebody else said. So, but there also is there's a lot of information on them. I'm happy to share these if that's not already made available. So they're intended to be a resource. I have citations and references. So within the time we have today, some of it I might speed up so that I can leave time for questions, but they are there. You all can get my email if you want to follow up, but the wordiness is for you to refer to later. All right, so I just want to put that up front. They're not pretty, not a whole bunch of pictures that I'll interpret for you, but that's why. So 3 main approaches or ways I go at this. The first is just giving a primer on white supremacy. As I said before, I think the term is becoming more prominent in discourse, and it's almost as if we're understanding less about it the more it's talked about. Right, at one point in time, even the word racism was kind of taboo to use, and particularly in STEM spaces. And so now people are growing more comfortable saying the word, but yet we still don't have a shared understanding. All right, so I just talk a little bit about that. Secondarily, epistemic agency and what that means, and why I believe that's really the reason why we don't have more, not only differently looking people who represent different racial and ethnic backgrounds, but also different ideas, ways of conceptualizing, ways of knowing. I think it has more to do with epistemic agency rather than literally the tone or pigment of someone's skin. And then thirdly, making space for humanistic ways of knowing is really about the word I use more often is epistemology. They're talking about knowledge and things like that. But this idea of humanistic is to say that how we currently think about STEM is not simply that it's limited, or exclusive, but it really dehumanizes all of us. It reduces us to profitability, urgency, and certain things. So this is about expanding the way that now we only engage in the practice of scientific and technological knowledge, but the means and purposes, and I'm spending way too much time on this slide. But so a couple of things as I go along. One, I am in engineering, so that's through the lens of which I'll use examples, but I believe some of them can relate to other aspects of STEM, but they may not directly. Okay, so this is just a starting point that you have to do the transfer. And then secondarily, I'll talk about Blackness, right? And so there are other ways of being, cultural identities that you have to transfer. They may not be relatable. So first, get into defining terms, right? Generally, when people talk about white supremacy, this is what they think about. One who is white, right? Or identifies or racializes as white. And secondarily, is doing something that is explicitly hostile, right? So in this case, using the Confederate flag, right? There's a lot of misinformation, disinformation around the role of the Confederacy and what the Civil Wars fought. This is taken on January 6th, I think 2021, when they took over the Capitol. So typically people think about explicit acts of violence, but Amos Wilson defines racism and white supremacy a little bit differently. He says racism is a structural relationship. Structural. So he's not talking about me and you directly, but rather the higher level dynamics that we exist in, based on the subordination of a racial group by another. Given this perspective, the determining feature of race relations is not prejudice towards Blacks, but rather the superior position of whites in institutions. Okay, so a lot of times when people are talking about whiteness and racism, it's about how a person who is racialized as white treats a person racialized as Black or brown or whatever the case may be. Right? Are they mean? Do they say the N-word? Do they prevent you from getting a certain position? And that stuff matters. But when we're talking about a structure and societal system, someone can coexist in a space, but this it's just about that you being lower than someone else. So you could be a faculty member, but you're gonna be lower in the pay scale. You could be a faculty member, but you can't ascend or to the same level or degree in proportion to dean and provost, right? So it's not simply about a total exclusion, but it's rather, even when you're in the same context and same space, you're at a lower position. Secondarily, Dorothy Roberts in her book, Fatal Invention, describes, she says, like citizenship, race is a political system that governs people by sorting them into social groups based on invented rules. So this is not natural, this is not biological, okay? But more important, race itself is an invented political grouping. So a lot of people are like, oh, you're making it political. Yes, it already is, right? But not politics in the sense of representatives and officials, but rather politics, the basic idea of politics is governing and interactions of people, right? So a lot of stuff in our society is political, not just those who are in representing positions, right? But it says race is not a biological category that's politically charged. It is a political category that has been disguised as a biological one. So when we have these injustices in this inequitable system, people rationalize that by saying, oh, it's because of some natural deficiency that this group has, or some natural advantage that another group has. And so they take the socially constructed hierarchies and try to naturalize them. So when we're moving from those definitions of, okay, how does this work? There are some scholars who conceptualize what they call white supremacy culture. And so if we look at these characteristics, because a lot of times people spend more time naming and telling folks something is racist rather than explaining the mechanism and the functions of how that racism actually works. And I think that's why we don't really understand white supremacy and other ideas, because we don't really know how they function in society. It's just that don't look right, that's racist, right? Or this person is being suppressed or dehumanized. So these are some, there's I think about 16 different characteristics, but some that I highlight, I think are prominent within the academy. I think they're all in the academy, but in particular, the sense of urgency. We got to push. Anybody been in that space? We got to get this grant. We got to get this grant. Let's get this done. Let's push it out. And somebody may say, wait. I'm not sure that we're all on the same page here. Yeah, but the deadline is coming. We got to keep moving. Worship of the written word. Right? Can I get an amen on that? Right. So if we look at traditional cultures in African countries, but other communities, oral traditions are more normative or foundational. Right. So anybody familiar with the term Jali? D-J-A-I-L-I. Anybody familiar with the term? How about griot? That may be more prominent. Anybody? Griot, what's a griot? Real quick, anybody? I'm trying to be participatory, but y'all about to make me go old school lecture. I'm trying to get some participation. Help me out. Storyteller, thank you. Thank you, Brownie Point right here. So jolly is a more African-based term for using this idea of a storyteller. But it's more than just telling stories. Historically, a jolly can tell you the ancestry of a group given people in a particular tribe or village. And so there's not this meticulous record keeping. It is about that individual. And what they do is not all about like if they die, everything's dead. It is their responsibility to train the next generation's jolly and storyteller. And so when we come to a context, I like to write, like written handwriting as well as typing. But if we come to a context where the undeniable, verifiable way of sharing knowledge is the written word, you put certain groups at a disadvantage if they make sense of things in different ways. Particularly if the language that they are forced to use is not one that can fully translate their way of sense making, right? So this is not about demeaning the written word, but it should be one mechanism, one medium of many, right? I even struggle with this. I can go and give talks all day long, but when it's time to sit down and write, I have to, okay, how do I communicate this idea in the same way that my word, because writing and talking are different skill sets, right? And so I don't mind working through that, but some of us have not either been trained or supported, but in other ways, even if we don't have those skills or don't desire to have them or are working on them, we treat the difference of skill sets and interests as a deficiency, as opposed to an alternative method of communicating information. Objectivity, we're gonna get to that later, in the belief in one right way. So first I want to, again, I'm not even getting to STEM yet. This is just in general, this social structure. Another way to identify whiteness and white supremacy is by presenting an alternative way of viewing things. So it's not simply about naming what white supremacy and what's wrong with that, critiquing that. At some point, even if we did away with that in some imaginative way, what will we do next? And so we also must understand other ways of viewing the world in society. So Cornel West, in his article he wrote in 1973, he said, Blacks need the kind of knowledge that flows from the subtle rationality of seriously committed intellectuals who have the enhancement of Blacks foremost on their minds. And so one, in this, I highlight a couple of things. One, he says seriously committed intellectuals. So that's why we're here talking about the professoriate, right? As much as folks talk about getting degrees, Dr. Merriweather and I were talking last night about how unfortunate it is that so much about students getting degrees and majors is to get a job, right? And that's a very practical concern from Detroit, single parent home, lower middle class. And so understanding the need to provide for a family, provide for oneself, we need money and resources. But how sad it is that we make everything about the society in terms of something that you can practically do to earn money. And so even the academy, higher education, has been minimized to, it's only worthwhile if you can translate this into some specific pay scale, right? And we got away from this idea of intellectualism, knowledge, not necessarily just for knowledge's sake, but so that we can make sense of the world and better interact with one another. So seriously committed intellectuals, but second, who have the enhancement of Blacks foremost on their minds. That is no minor thing. We have people who are Black people. Then you have folks who care about Black people. And then you have other folks who everything that they do is to enhance the social standing of Black people. That's a very different spectrum, right? And so what he's saying is we need to make space for those who are thinking politically, socially, economically, philosophically around not just can I get you in this space, but how do I make sure that you're in these academic spaces and well? How do I make sure that you have self-determination in these spaces, right? And so this is an alternative way. And so again, these are something you can refer back to later, but I showed that this is not just one way of doing this. There are many scholars in general, intellectuals who are not seen as traditional scholars. Fred Hampton, probably people wouldn't refer to him as a scholar, but if you look at the work that he did prior to his assassination, he's a very intellectual gentleman. But I also have folks more in the traditional academy, Dr. Gloria Lasson-Billings, Carter G. Woodson. And so if you look at the work of these scholars, you'll see that there are different ways that frame how we enhance Black people's reality. Some are seeking liberation more broadly. Some are looking at womanism, which can also be referred to as Black feminism, right? Afrocentrism, this is something that's growing. And so again, I won't dig into these, but just to show there are various ways that people are framing alternative realities or what could be and how we make sense of something other than what we have today. So now transitioning into epistemic agency. And so epistemic, this word, Greek word that basically, and this is dictionary.com, so I'm not trying to be fancy here, right? Like this, you can look this up, of or relating to knowledge or the conditions of acquiring. But again, that is what the professoriate is about, at least in my understanding, right? And so there are many ways, the classes that we take, who the professors are, their way of presenting information, research methods and practices, research aims. All of these things are related to epistemology. So epistemic oppression, and that you can't see the reference, but it's there by Dr. Christy Dotson, a colleague of mine actually at the University of Michigan, says epistemic oppression refers to a persistent and unwarranted infringement on the ability to utilize persuasively shared epistemic resources that hinders one's contributions to knowledge production. So try to slow down. Much of the rationale for the framing for why we don't have more Black people per se, Black professors or Black people in certain professions, falls under this term of underrepresentation. How many people have heard underrepresentation? All right, I expected 100%, right? Leave the head nod. Right. So what that says is, right, there's a problem because the percentage of a certain identity group within a respective profession, it does not have parity with their demographic representation, right? On its own, may not necessarily seem problematic. But what I argue is what that does is focuses on the numbers and statistical representation while ignoring how do we even get there. So then the focus becomes how can we increase these numbers rather than how can we change the structures and ways of existing that made the numbers so low to begin with, right? It allows people to ignore the fact that this, the original sin was not chattel slavery. It was killing indigenous people who were here, right? And taking over there. That was the original sin of what we now call the United States. And then chattel slavery followed, where we, not we, I had nothing to do with it, but people kidnapped African folks, brought them over here, enslaved them, used their labor to build an economic system, right? That then they developed a governance system that is still in place today. We ignore that. And then even when they shut down that system, they created this racial segregation system, which we refer to as Jim Crow, right? And then even when that system was reduced, then you had mass incarceration, right? So there's all these system and structures that I should only focus on the academy, I'm sorry. So even the academy, when a lot of these schools were created, Black people and some others could not attend. That explicitly hampers the numbers of representation. I might want to go into the field, I might want to study, but you're not allowing me to give me a chance. So either I'm gonna do something else, right? Or I'm gonna try to find my own way. And so even when, alternative institutions and historically Black institutions were developed, the resources weren't the same that were allocated. In fact, there's a book called Race, Rigor, and Selectivity, the History of Occupational, I messed up the last part, but there was Race, Rigor, and Selectivity by Amy Slayton. She talks about how in the Maryland academic system, the resources that were supposed to go to Black institutions were given to the leader of the white institution, University of Maryland. And he was put in charge of allocating, reallocating those resources to Black schools, right? So when we're talking about why the numbers why there's not parity, we have to really sit with the structure that led to the minimal presence. And I'm not even getting to the interpersonal dynamic, right? Walk into a classroom, well, sorry, you in the right place? Demeaning people's contributions. We're gonna get to that later, but like before we even start there, we had to look at these broader structures. So underrepresentation, it preserves whiteness because whiteness is not held accountable. And again, by whiteness, I'm not necessarily talking about white people. By Blackness, I'm not necessarily talking about Black people. I'm talking about historical ideas, values, and practices by that particular group of people, right? And so whiteness says that I'm going to remove accountability and place it on you to work hard to get into this space that I never really made a space for you, context and culture for you to be welcome in, to contribute. So epistemic oppression is a framing that I use to say what we once visualized and knew and understood as physical oppression has now evolved into how we think about knowledge. All right, so walk in the classroom, nobody is getting, I shouldn't say nobody, because not often are people getting hit, physically hit or whipped or beat, right? That same visually brutalizing type of imagery. Many people, that's how we think about oppression. It's like, or we think about in other countries where they don't have a constitutional representative governing system, where you have dictators who make decisions and all type of corruption that's more explicit. So we think about oppression as that when there's visibly there are things that aren't right. Where in this society, it's much more covert, right? So I think when you talk about epistemic oppression, this one is persistent and unwarranted infringement. So this is not a one-time thing. This is not the first time somebody shows up in your class, or the first time they submit a grant that one time they didn't get support. This is an ongoing process of being denied the opportunity to contribute to knowledge. And this other part is being prevented from utilizing persuasively shared epistemic resources. How do we know what we know? And I'll get to that a little bit later, but people are trying to use the same resources that other folks are using, but it's not being translated or appreciated the same way. So there's three different dynamics of how it works. One is testimonial justice, right? You all can guess, it's not meant to be tricky. Testimony, right? Somebody's witness, their word. So not valuing someone's word. Second, hermeneutical is interpretation, right? Generally, hermeneutics is used in terms of biblical text, religious text. How do you interpret what is being said, right? So in this case, it's about how the lens that which people use to make sense of their experience. So this is my word, what you said, your perspective, your point that you're being made is not appreciated. But secondarily, how you interpret what you said happened. We were all here today. And when we leave, someone asks, oh, what happened today? Well, you say one thing, I say this happened. In this context, we're not fighting. We don't, at least not yet. But in the classroom dynamic, right? A student raises their hand, they give their perspective, or they're sitting in class, and another student, they're working in a team member, particularly in engineering, right? There's a lot of teamwork, team-based projects. And so the students go off in a group, and you get the end product. And the student said, well, I contributed this, I tried this, but they weren't listening to me. The other student said, no, well, what you're saying didn't make sense. Who do we believe? So this is hermeneutical, right? As someone is interpreting what happened to them, what happens a lot of times, well, they didn't mean that, right? When Black students are telling us what's going on in classrooms and outside of classrooms, and well, maybe they weren't trying to do that. So we went from, not we, again, I don't do this. People went from explicitly denying it to shifting and focusing on intent. That wasn't their intent. Like with certainty, first of all, we don't know what anyone else's intent is, even if they say it's one thing or another, right? But that becomes the mechanism by which we deny and oppress other folks. Is we take this standpoint that they couldn't have. I know this person. They couldn't have intended to do that. And so we minimize the harm that's caused, right? And again, I'm still in the knowledge domain, right? So somebody gave feedback on the paper, on a grant. Well, they didn't mean, but maybe they didn't. And we're making all the, or people are making all these excuses. And then the third part is, so the first two come from a scholar who talks about epistemic injustice. I think it's Marie Fricker. I know her last name is Fricker. I might have messed up her first name. But the third one is an addition by Christy Dotson. And she says a positional injustice. Well, she does use that term. I made that term up. But what she talks about is the first two are interpersonal, testimonial, and hermeneutical. But the third is systemic. So that's the one that's already baked into, going back to what I talked about earlier, how institutions were developed, how disciplines were developed, right? A lot of our disciplines, science and engineering, were developed, formalized, I should say, while Black folks were still enslaved, or while slavery, I guess, was still in existence, I should say, because not everyone was enslaved, right? And so what does that mean about the formation of the discipline? A lot of scientific disciplines were developed by trying to prove that Black people were inferior. And folks still use those methods of meaning making in current research, even for different purposes, right? And so when we're looking at the systemic dynamics of the origins of these disciplines and what they were intended to do, even as we use them for new purposes, they still have implications on our meaning making and who can contribute and the value of their contribution. So these are the different mechanisms. And so again, real quick, testimonial justice is unfairness related to trusting someone's word, hermeneutical, how people interpret their lives. And then thirdly, devaluing people's potential status as knowers. So let's move into this next part. How do we then, what can we do about these dynamics, right? Again, that last part was just a framing that I give, and now we can look at what I do, ways I try to make sense of this. And I like this image because in the STEM disciplines, we have this normative way of sense making. Well, I should say in engineering sciences, we lean on logical positivism. Anyone familiar with that term? Logical positivism. And sorry, folks online, I can't see you. So if you raise your hand, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but and so logical positivism, just in short, centers on this experiential. I don't know if the court, yeah, right here, right? Go into a lab, and that which I can test, and the results of that test is what is valid. That which I can validate through tests and experimentation, I should say, right? So spiritual, mythic or mystic, those don't have any space or any legitimacy in terms of how we make sense of things, right? So we can say, okay, those are the norms and the guidelines and structures. Well, then what happens when you have a group where it's not necessarily, I mean, it's a choice, but it's also a historical and cultural way of meaning making by centering spirituality. It's not simply a religious practice. It's a way in which they make sense of the world. Well, when you come into a domain that the only legitimate ways of making sense of experimentalism, they may participate because that's how they have to achieve success, but they are never fully there and engaged, right? And what they're doing, they're actually even pretending that it's a method of assimilation because they pretend to engage in, and that's why for you, not for you personally, but like for a person who operates in the experiential standpoint, somebody who operates in the spiritual and mythic, you might say, this doesn't make sense. It may be always something missing or lacking, but it's not because of them personally, it's because they're trying to fit into your structure. Right? They're taking their way of existence, their ontology, and even epistemology and saying, okay, if I got to get through here, I got to leave that in this space. Now let me try to take up this way of doing things. And so if it doesn't fit, that's why. It's not because of any intellectual deficiency. Right? So in my work, and this says, I don't know how to get it. Let me just look at this, I guess, and then, okay, thanks for that. So this is a term I'm working with, like pro-Black engineering education research. Again, that's the space I'm in, but let me pick up pace a little bit. So anybody familiar with this book, My People? Photography book. Anybody familiar with the poem, My People by Langston Hughes? All right, there we go. So the book was based on the poem by Langston Hughes. Charles R. Smith just took pictures of Black people, like smiling, existing, just being. And so in I think the afterword or the foreword, I don't know which one. He said, Langston Hughes' words were not meant to dismiss other races, just to celebrate his own. Right. So again, this is going back to Cornel West. Like we need people who are seriously committed to enhancing Black people. And so in today's society, saying anti-Black is becoming more and more normalized, but to say pro-Black is like everybody shut down. Oh, you trying to usurp white supremacy with Black supremacy, right? And it's like, no, we're just trying to actually humanize and recognize the dignity of this group that has already been dehumanized in their respective place, right? So this idea of centering on my people, not really trying to dismiss others, but trying to expose and really make visible the ways in which our people have demonstrated dignity. That is what frames my work. And then secondarily, a book by Dr. Ebony McGee, Black, Brown, Bruised, How Racialized STEM Education Stifles Innovation. She asked this question, which I think is so poignant. She said, what contributions can Black, Latinx, and Indigenous peoples offer to STEM disciplines that no other groups of people can? And so what I argue the problem with why we don't have more people, because we're not making space to answer this question. We're not asking, what can you, one who exists in a different cultural norm and way of making sense of things, what you who have existed on the lower end of the social structure and hierarchy, who have had to exist and persist and resist in many ways, and yet you're still here. We can track, we can go, we can go ask the history folks all the things that have happened, but folks are still here in being successful in spite of, not to the degree that we want. I don't want to dismiss the very still present suffering, but in spite of all, it could have been so much worse. And so instead of asking these groups, how do you do all this stuff in spite of all that was done to you, we're still forced as we in the academy are still forcing people to adapt to whiteness. And so we're missing out on these truly novel ideas that could exist, new ways of using science and technological information. And so one way that we can make space is disabusing ideology. And so Aaron Seck, professor also at Michigan, and I'm not biased towards University of Michigan people. I didn't know these people were at Michigan when I was like following their ideas. It just worked out that way. But she says the first important ideology within the culture of engineering is the notion that engineering is a purely technical domain. How many people heard that? Or science or technology, right? And thus asocial and apolitical. Because science and mathematics knowledge is understood to be the basis of engineering expertise, engineering work is assumed to be carried out objectively and without bias. So let me just say this so y'all know where I stand, right? STEM, more broadly, engineering in particular, has never been objective. And it never will be, because we are human beings who do the work. So even if the numbers themselves are objective, the way that we use the numbers, we make sense of the numbers. My interpretation can very well be different. Now, there are ways that we can reduce subjectivity, right? So you not think I'm totally crazy. I think there are ways that, but we first got to acknowledge where our subjectivity plays a role. And we just say we're being objective, we can never accurately identify where our subjectivity is and work to minimize or not exclude, but like minimize it, okay? So just, and we can talk about that. But when we look at Black intellectuals, and this is, again, folks in STEM, folks outside, they tell us a few things. You know, we talk about a meritocracy, well, education is political. So again, I'm not going to explain where these come from. This is just a presentation of an alternative to how the field talks about things. And when we look at other ways of knowing how they counter. So positivism, it's just about experimentation, but Black intellectualism will show us that teacher positionality matters, right? So again, we can all be teaching the same science class, but naturally we're going to approach that way of engaging the class differently. Now, if we are doing and saying the same things, that's unnatural. That means some of us have been elevating the firm in our way of knowing as the right way and the standard, and the rest of us have adapted to that. I want to get to questions, so I'm gonna spin this a little bit real quick. So I talked about positivism. An alternative is interpretivism, right? So positivism has these ideas that like society shapes the individual. People's actions can generally be explained by the social norms they have been exposed to through their socialization. So it really takes a lot of the agency out of someone's existence and being the way of knowing, whereas interpretivism says individuals have consciousness and are not just puppets who react to external social forces. Right? They are intricate and complex, and different people experience and understand the same objective reality in different ways. And so these are the ways that, like, again, when you're in a STEM course, generally they're not telling you, hey, we affirm positivism. Right? This is how we make sense of things. But many scholars, particularly in the paper I just read, show that this is the way that rationalization and justification, if you have an argument, right, you come up with different findings, how do you win that argument? You justify it. It's usually along these rationalistic lines, using quantitative research over qualitative research, right? That's one that is more prominent, we're familiar with. The second way is recognizing systems, and I'm gonna push through this, but in general, it's just saying that, as I talked about earlier, it's not just about people and individuals, it's about recognizing the structural dynamics that people are navigating, right? And so that's another way that we can make space for humanizing knowledge, is we recognize that a Black person coming and getting to college, there's so much they had to get through beyond the classroom. When they're seeing people who also racialized as Black get murdered with impunity, right? When they're navigating Black ghettos that we know are under-resourced, because we all using the term underserved, under-resourced. We say it like it's not a problem anymore, right? We name them by that. I want to go to underserved people. And I just wonder, like, we so comfortable, like, if we all know that under-resourced, if we're all acknowledging that now, why don't we give the resources? Why don't we address that problem? As opposed to just now we're all admitting that that is the case, right? And so this is just recognizing that those things have a real influence. And then thirdly, recognizing that the inclusion is not enough. Right, so when we name the fact that weed out culture is still alive and well, though not as prominent, but most of STEM is about how do you see who doesn't deserve to be there, as opposed to how do we make space for folks who want to be there. Right, so when you recognize that, you see that affinity groups like, and it's like groups like NSBE, National Society of Black Engineers, you know, or whatever the racial group in your respective community or discipline, they help students survive, but they don't necessarily help them be well. Okay, so inclusion only allows you to be in the space, right? We got different colors and pigmentations because we have grown in inclusion, but it don't mean that we're all appreciated and seen the same within the space. And so when we look at Blackness, you actually see an aspiration for something higher than just having a seat at the table. That's low level, you know what I mean? That's the base. Like I get that as a right, right? And so that's also how we make space. Where I'm trying to wrap up. I'm gonna close. So again, this is stuff you all can see in there. I guess lastly, I'll just hit on 3 things that I feel like is, and I know the AGEP fellows, at least my understanding is that you all already are faculty, and this community more broadly is looking at how do we support other students. So I think there are 3 ways in your own teaching, but also in mentoring that you can work through. And so representation, I think a lot of times representation is just about showing faces of differently raced people, right? So who did this first? Who did that first? And what I think it needs to be about, one, parity in representation. So instead of just showing one super Negro, right, show the wealth of many people who are doing things. As much as we name we have this dichotomy where white folks are named on the equation. So you got to speak it whether or not you want to, right? But then Black people every now and then get cherry picked and say, hey, this person did something, but what did they contribute? What knowledge did they provide? Right, we got folk legends in here, right? Retirees, what knowledge they provide? How do we elevate that? Not only just their name. Secondarily, that means physical representation. So not only putting a picture up and saying this person did this, but hiring these people and seeing them as knowers within the academy. Another one is information, right? So this is a framework from a paper that talks about engineering. Again, I'm talking about engineering specifically. It's not just about technical information and math and science. It's also about the social sciences. We engineer as people, with people, and for people. And so we need to have information and understanding how people interact, what things contribute to certain people's perceptions and perspectives. And so changing or reclaiming this idea that engineering is socio-technical. It's inherently both social and technical. You can't just be one without the other. You can focus on one and diminish the other, right? And you'll be very successful in that. But at its base is all of STEM is inherently socio-technical. And then the last one is application. And so this is a way where we can support students in terms of how they want to use the knowledge that they are gaining. A lot of times we're looking at knowledge and research and information to, you know, develop buildings or make stronger structures. And this is what that quote by Ebony McGee was getting at. She's like, a lot of students, particularly non-white students, come into these spaces wanting to make impact in their home communities. This is not always the case, right? So I'm not saying when you see a Black student, like, I know you want to help your community, I'm going to help you do that. Not everybody necessarily wants to do that. We are human beings, right? Allow us to be human. Some want to focus on equity issues, some don't. Some want to get paid and rich just like other people, right? There's a higher propensity because they are more, the reality of oppression is more prominent to them. And so their desire to get out and be successful and make a change, there's a higher likeliness because they understand what it means not to have, to be without, to be disenfranchised, right? And so a lot of times it's not necessarily that certain equations that are racist in themselves. It's rather how do we use the information, what are the means and purposes and the ways in which the information is being applied. So I'll stop there to try to leave some time for questions. I know we tight on the schedule, but thank you for your attention. Yep.
You spoke about the fact and helping you get to that point, and then y'all, I think, higher education and all that. So I feel like I have to higher education on my forum because I always put it in students. But I think that we oftentimes ignore that aspect to say that we're not doing these different levels. even the black families, families of color, underrepresented, we will never accept that communication. Simply from that point of security. Like I have baggage and colleagues, on this campus, who don't feel comfortable walking in their car from their office to their car at night because it's you, and embrace the symptoms they get in place. So if we're not addressing the base level of pain, what you can do, they'll never ascend to the problem, and oftentimes we ignore it as an institution because it doesn't affect all of campus. If it affects you, you are not all of us. So not really a question, but doubling down on your comments about helping you to keep that stuff out of your patient, but also to the other level of use. Even the health institute, with an out, here's you just about the church. You're not finding out. You're going to find a place to stay within a certain area. Now we'll put you in your guidance further out. Look out, you're not welcome. Or you ignore that because that's not a good. Where you
Yeah, so for the folks online, the comment was basically saying that, and affirming this idea that the physical needs and basic needs, which specifically referred to Maslow's hierarchy, we need to address those even for faculty, and not only thinking about their research productivity and such things. The example you use is some faculty are worried about going from their office to their car at night because of campus security and things like that. So just being mindful, housing insecurities and where you can live. And so just being mindful that it was a comment that those physical needs matter just as much as what we're talking about in respective classroom or in the research lab. And I totally agree, because that's what the humanizing component comes from, right? Is recognize that we are human beings, might have had a bad day, we might be going through some things personally, and that's going to influence my ability to be fully present in that classroom, in that lab, making sense of things, or whatever the case may be, right? And so the stress of being Black in a anti-Black society influences my ability to do meaning making. That's hard work. You know, we're talking about intellectualism, and so that's absolutely critical. Thank you.
I have a question. I was really interested in early on, you were talking about the structural racism and then the counts of students. And, we focus on the counts of students and ignore kind of the structural racism within the university or what have you. And I certainly found that when talking to different folks, and, in some cases we have fellows in departments where there really aren't, in their words, minority students. And so, you would have deans or department heads or whoever might say, but there's nothing we really should be doing because it's just not really an issue yet. But issues that you don't have those students and where there should, that idea of parity should be representative of the breakdown of race, in our culture, within these departments. And and then the other thing you said too, that idea of, well, if you say Black Lives Matter, people read that as, oh, you're pushing against everybody else, and no, you're just saying Black Lives Matter, and so I guess that question of how do you get people like myself, more aware of the structural racism that they're also supporting and see the need for whether or not, they're trying to increase the count or whether there is no one in their department, there are needs for changes that will better support all students, but also particularly might be supportive of students who have been pushed out or not accepted in, or however you want to put it.
So I'm gonna try to summarize that for the folks online. I believe the question is, how do we counteract maybe the lack of understanding of structural racism and his role in this particular issue? I think one is this idea of the framing, right? So one of my issues with this idea of underrepresentation is, in theory, then the goal is if you get Black student representation up to 13%, everything's gonna be good. A couple of issues with that. One, we're only at 13% because we get killed so often. Right, let's just sit with that for a second. Right, like there's nothing natural to suggest that Black people only are 13% of this nation. And then things with immigration and so on for like those things contribute to those numbers. So the annihilation, killing, violence is what makes the overrepresentation of white people in this particular country. Social determinants of health, all of that. So to set that as a goal is already problematic. The second problem with that is it becomes about seeing people who are not there and seen. But why I went to this slide is one of the issues with the sexual, when we look at Black intellectualism and how it frames these issues, the symptom is that Black folks' knowledge isn't present because they are not present. But it doesn't require Black people to present Black ideas, right? Secondarily, education as it exists is not good for anybody. This educational structure is making it, everyone is suffering in this educational structure, right? And so because we focus, when we frame it in terms of representation, I'm already coming in looking for the Black faculty and the brown faculty and saying, hey, I know you're not doing well. How can I help you? Instead of saying, how are we all suffering within this structure? And how are these humanizing ways benefit us collectively? Right. So part of it, the reframing is not a small thing. I know people want to get to the actions and doing stuff, but the framing has implications itself. Even the idea of like, somebody saying Black Lives Matter, it's the media that frames it in a certain way that was never intended by the original group. So how do we correct those narratives? Right. And because people have emotional reactions, visceral reactions to certain things that they don't even really understand. I teach a class of mechanical engineering and racial justice. You know what I mean? And so when we talk about the political function of racism, students, it's not about whether they agree or disagree. It's more so when you see this, when you read this, what does it mean to you? All right. So I think what I would say, at least for today in short time, is just the framing of things. We got to help put the attention on the actual issue, because I truly believe that all students and faculty are suffering. It's just that some are able to deal with it a little bit more. Some are still benefiting from this problematic structure. Even also in my class, we talk about the ways white supremacy harms white people. Because we don't talk about that enough. We act as if it's just the Black and brown, everybody non-white people who's suffering, and we need to help them. So everybody go and help them. It's like the white people, y'all might be doing worse than us because you think it's okay. So, thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to something I saw on your slide that you didn't talk about. You had a comment on one of the slides, DEI comforts white people. And so I bet a lot of us in this room, including me, are on DEI committees in our units. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. So the question is about this comment or this part on this slide on the right side, bottom, it says DEI as is comforts white people. Yeah, so I did a presentation for my college titled, Truth Be Told, DEI needs to DIE. Right. And you might say, how can you be saying like, that's how you got the job? You're not wrong. But what I'm saying is the foundational structure. So notice there's a theme here, right? I'm talking about foundational structures, not things as we see them today and talk about them today, but really where did they come from? What are their origins? So the foundation, the way in which diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are set up, first of all, we're using 3 different terms that mean different things, even though they're correlated, and we're just forcing them into this 3-letter term that really doesn't mean much. Because, people start switching letters around. If everybody did a survey and I asked you, what's DEI mean? We're gonna have all these different answers. So it's nebulous, right? So that's the first problem. The second problem is, again, the framing of it. It focuses on everything but oppression. Numerical representation, diversity, how do we increase numbers? But then we're talking about racial diversity, but only saying diversity. That's the other thing, minorities and stuff like that. There are different types of minorities. That's a statistical descriptor. STEM folks may know that, right? In case we forgot. So there are different types of minorities. We can say, how many people wear glasses in this room? They are of the minority. But that's usually not what people are referring to when they say minority. So now it becomes an identity. Same thing with diversity, right? We have other diverse ways of being beyond just our racial identification, but this becomes all about racial diversity, or you might throw in ableism or something. So the way it's set up is not clear on what it really means, and that allows whiteness to persist because the attention goes on everything else. You're putting in all these dollars on everything else, and whiteness is sitting back like cracking up, right? Oh, let me throw a bone here. Right, so you got your numbers up, but the underlying structures and ways of making sense of things persist. The other part of that is DEI tends to again focus on the non-white people, and it hyper analyzes them. So that's why it comforts white people, because you don't get looked at. right? It's all about everybody else and bringing them in and not what's up with you, or this sense of comfort where this idea of the right to comfort. So as we're talking about DEI, we don't want to name your issues, white people, right? In the way, everything that is framed as a problem is softened. So ignorance, right? Like, oh, maybe you just didn't know. Well, dang, I've been here 33 years and I got plenty of lessons. How you didn't get them? And why is that okay? Right? So DEI as is about helping white people become more informed while we bear the burden of their education with no benefit. Right? So it's not that, on that flip side, I should say, most of the progressive and beneficial projects, initiatives have come through the DEI offices. But now they don't have any power. So they're not sustained. They're not valued. Right? So it's this multifaceted problem where we're elevating this thing, but you have people, they'll get called associate deans, but they don't have real decision-making power. They don't have the same budget that other deans do. Right? So again, it's a real kind of tricky dynamic where it's a facade and veneer that make it seem as if folks are doing things. They're making strategic plans and, but they're not considering the students who are actually having the experiences. Or they make a committee of like 7 people and they bring in 1 student when all the power is with the faculty and the administrators. But that 1 student has to speak for the whole group and we expect them to speak truthfully when they're still trying to get their degree. You know what I mean? So it's just set up to fail.
Yeah, I wanted to add on to that I think part of the comfort level comes from the convenience of having things like, training sessions, or we do seminars on this and that, so you can very easily check boxes. And you say, look at all the things we're doing. And it has nothing to do with the actual, getting to the core of the problem, which is changing people's beliefs and behaviors. But my question actually was more about asking whether you can speak to the challenge of students of color who have to come through a system of education where basically they're being taught things from basically a replication model. So professors, they know the things that their professors taught them, and maybe they took them to the next level. And so it's a replication of what it means to have good research, what it means to have a good research paper, and who gets to judge the research papers. Well, editorial boards. Who's on the editorial boards? Well, it's not a diverse editorial board, I can tell you that. And so you basically, we're teaching our students on how, on what a specific type of intellectualism and scholarship means. Can you talk about the things that you've done, or your perception of sort of that type of system where we don't necessarily give students the opportunity to think for themselves?
Yeah, so, and I apologize, Melody, I see your hand up now. I don't know how long you had it up, so I'm coming to you next. So this last part is where I'm trying to go there. Again, like what you describe is the essence, put differently, of epistemic oppression. I mean, that's what you put in simple terms, right? Is the fact that you're in a system and structure that's guided by a certain way of knowing, and you have to replicate that to progress through it. And so what students end up doing are, either they adapt that and try to learn it for themselves, or they learn ways to do that when necessary and live this way, in which I really truly believe and operate. So they, have this duality that they're navigating. What I say in terms of strategies, again, is like, as we think about, so I can go to this here. This quote here, and in this quote, Ebony is talking about how do we make space for students to do what they want to do with the work that they are doing, right? So, as I've been, this is my 4th year as a professor, 2nd year at University of Michigan, and I was the associate editor or assistant editor for a journal for some time. And what I realized, I'm like, to kind of simplify it, the game is you got 3 people you got to please. You're going to get a paper published. Right. Now, people say, oh, we got to talk about this scholarship and it has to be innovative and but really, all I need is 3 people to agree to those terms. And nowadays, post-COVID, you really only need 2. Right. And so I'm not saying we train students to game the system, but I think we need to help them see, and we need to realize that this is not really about, like, there are no consistent standards of assessing knowledge. Right. It's hard for a lot of STEM journals to sell qualitative research because people don't value it. It's not because it's less intellectual or intelligible or less informative. So I think when we help students, the agency part, I guess I didn't really describe the agency. The part of agency is to deconstruct the structure for ourselves and our students. And then we can help them in navigating that. So is a problem really that students are talking about race in their work or doing race scholarship? Or is it more so the reviewer either doesn't have the ability or doesn't care to be able to assess and evaluate the knowledge that's being dropped in that paper? So if it's the first that they don't care, we can address that. We need to get them up out of there. And there are ways that we can politically move and do that. If folks are doing certain projects, there's research about racism in the reviews and stuff like that. And we can advocate to journals to say, hey, this is harming our community, the intellectual innovation of our community, but we gotta be willing to do that. The second part, if it's an issue of them not being able, we can address that too, right? Train reviewers, train our community in understanding how to appreciate this scholarship and research. So what that requires is us having to be advocates with the power that we have in the publication structure. Now, we might not have signed up to do these type of things. I never signed up or thought about being a journal reviewer, but I was invited and I realized, hey, this is the knowledge production community. This is the capital, publications. And my colleagues are saying they can't get their paper through. So I had to take up this role and responsibility of, okay, let me go in there, see what's happening in the system and the structure, learn something, and now I'm shooting it to everybody. This is how it works. You got 3 people you got to please. And even being on the review, I realized I'm like, a lot of these papers aren't even good. I know that sounds very arrogant, but I mean it. A lot of papers aren't good, but what they are good at is articulating what is asked. You want to know my theoretical framework? This is my framework. You want to see my methods? These are my methods. So as we go back to the worship of the written word, because people have mastered language, same thing with grants. People are getting grants for work they have no ability to do, but they know how to write as if they can. And so the people who are already, not even people who want to do the work, people who are already doing the work, but can't write in the way that the reviewers want to see it, don't get the money. Right, so it becomes, and I'm not, and when I say the game, I'm not saying we gamify everything. We're just like, all right, this is how you get around this. I'm saying this is the part of the responsibility of what we need to know and share and disrupt. There's still the part of the aims, the higher aims of what journals should be about, what publications should be about, that we need to address as well. But on a more, I guess, quote unquote, practical level, as we help students demystify how this structure works to exist and persist, because the reality is they're like, forget this, I can go do something else. I didn't want to do this anyway. I don't want these publications that only people in the ivory tower are reading while my community is suffering. That's what they say. That's what I said. I didn't want to be a professor, so it's weird that I'm up here now, right? So how can we capture and not lose people before they exit? Because we also don't, as a community, talk about that number. How many people start, or got the PhD, they did undergrad, they did the master's and their PhD, and that's when they exit. So we're trying to get people in the professorate. Part of, this pipeline metaphor, which I think is problematic, but we need to capture and retain the people who are already in that pathway and really dig into that. So that's my super long answer to how to do that. Yeah, so Melody, and I don't know how much time I got, I can go all day. So yeah, let me know, but I'm gonna come to Melody online.
Hey, how are you, Professor Holly? Thank you so much for this phenomenal presentation. I wanted to also bring greetings from Alabama. So I know you're from Tuskegee. I'm at Auburn.
Well, I went to Tuskegee. I'm from Detroit.
Well, you went to Tuskegee. That's what I meant. You graduated from Tuskegee Mechanical Engineering. I know
That's
some
right.
folks probably taught you. So yes, just a stone's throw from here. Okay, so I wanted to go through a couple things. I took a lot of notes. So I'm going to try and pull this together. You highlighted a few things that I wanted to see if you could unpack a little bit more. Number one, though, we talk about the structural racism, and I hear colleagues say, You know, how do we address this? And I think you were really on point when you mentioned, you know, we've been here this long with this institution. You didn't know that this was a problem, you know? My thing is, I don't really buy, you know, and I hate to step on toes, you know, I'm just very, very always upfront that we don't know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? You know, white folks know what's happening when we're at our PWIs in the school systems. The thing is, like you said, that comfort level. And so what are you doing to ensure that these structures get dismantled and reconstructed in a way that's equitable? And so that's why, you know, I think about, you know, when are we going to have the panel of white folks that you tell us as Black folks what it is that you're doing to help the system, or to, you know, to move away from the structural racism? And I say, when you talk about as well, the grants process and the publishing process, that is where it's embedded so much. Because there's a lot of folks, like you say, when I look up who got grants, and I'm not trying to sound arrogant either, but they start putting the tags in terms of we do DI, and they don't really do that work. They just know the language and how to write about it to get published. Whereas you have Black folks who've been doing this work for generations that don't get funded or don't get a second look. So that's that. I really want to echo what you said there. Now, with the question you mentioned in your presentation, which was phenomenal, about the term pro-Black, I want you to unpack that a little bit for folks who don't know what that means, because that's when white folks get uncomfortable when we say pro-Black. It's okay to say anti-Black, and I never really use that term. I know it's kind of got a little history and it's been used before, but I think that's another term that makes people feel comfortable, particularly white folks. When you say anti-Black or BIPOC, all those terms, minoritized, DI, underserved, let's talk about Black excellence, pro-Black, Black empowerment. And then what do people start to say? So unpack that for folks that don't really know what it means from our history as Black folks, what it really means to be pro-Black.
So if we're starting from the premise that anti-Blackness and white supremacy, because those are synonymous, is about the superior position of white folks. And it's not even about position, but like, you know, if you really get scholars to talk about anti-Black, it's about not seeing Black people as human.
Mm-hmm.
And you may say, how can we not see them as human? You're walking around, you're talking just like I do, but in terms of their ideals, their ideas, like the ability to fail, the ability to be wrong and not be stupid, right? The ability to succeed and not be a genius, right? Like if you're human, you are believed to have the propensity to do good things and bad things, and not be that, you know, have it be overhyped or sensationalized. And so pro-Blackness is really about this, where there's a particular focus on, one, understanding the needs, the history and status of Black people, and then working to elevate that. So in some ways, it's not even about, it's about white people, but not really. It's, you know, it's about whiteness, but not really, in the sense that we're recognizing how does whiteness influence and how has it demeaned this particular racialized group, right? And then how do you work to counteract that? So that's what pro-Blackness is about. And so elevating the status is not to necessarily be higher than, but rather to be seen as equally human, right? So if you have folks that, like, you know, different groups who will demean white people and say certain things, and I think that the goal of anti-Black, of pro-Blackness, is to say, and not even just comparative, like we're just as human as you. Look, I can do what you can do, but rather I can do what I want to do. We can help create space, or whatever it is I want to do. There is space for me to do that, and deservedly so. I have the rights that you have, right, within this context. So that is conceptually what pro-Blackness is about. Is, you know, the pro is not necessarily more than or over, is rather to lift up and to center. That's how I can be short with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna boom, boom, yeah. Y'all gonna get me beat up.
Yes, I just, this is not only for you, but the fellows as well. So one of your slides talked about how resources plus autonomy is success, and then you just had a discussion about kind of the hierarchy in a way of the current educational system. I feel like in my doctoral journey thus far,
For some reason, my mindset is very much, you should be honored to be here, you should be grateful for this opportunity. But I find that that pushes me back for advocating for certain resources, I guess. And so I guess my question for you and the fellows is, how do I become a self-advocate in my medical community? And then, of course, assisting other minority students coming in.
Well, I would say part of it, again, framing, right? So you know, blessed to be here. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that. You know, it's an institution that has a certain status. But also recognize they blessed to have you. You know, you weren't given this, you had to work harder than a lot of other people, actually. You know, when we look at your status and how folks treat you and when they see your contribution, how they value that. To get here, there's a lot of stuff you had to navigate beyond what other folks had to do on a test. You might submit the same test, but they're questioning, did she really do this? So there's some stuff that we don't quantify and really identify that you had to get through. So they're blessed to have you in the role that you will play in the communities, in those classrooms, the way that you will help students see a different perspective of things, if you show up as yourself. Right, and so that's the part where the advocacy is you have to be aware of who am I, what did I come here to do, and be, you know, meticulously aware, keenly aware of when what is being promoted and presented is not in alignment with who you are and where you are. And then assert yourself, right? So if I'm in this space and they're just elevating these particular ideas and ways of knowing and doing it, when I'm trying to do it this way, if there's a disconnect, then the resource, the desire for advocacy becomes who can help me either translate or get appreciated within this space. It might be an individual, it might be a policy. So I think speaking up first comes with the self-awareness of where you're not getting what you deserve. The last time I checked, you don't come to these places for free. Whether you paying or somebody else paying, y'all got to pay the same price. You know, ultimately, like whatever. And so you deserve to get what other folks are getting. And these institutions have a way of normalizing resources for what white people's needs are and not for us. Right, so that's where the advocacy comes, is first recognizing what do I need in this space and realizing that it's not asking more of, it's just the space itself did not make space for me to get what I needed out of this space. So I got to fill in that gap. But also it's connecting with faculty who can walk you through how to advocate what they need. Because that's the first step is knowing what you need. The second step is understanding the political dynamics of institutions. There's a huge disconnect between where students are and how they view what's happening and where faculty are. You know, particularly at a research-intensive university, where it's about getting grants and that. So you might have took my 2-line feedback as not caring, but really I had to get to this meeting, I had to do something else. So I tried to summarize it, didn't have time to do this, and so I just sent it that way. So there's a lot of miscommunication, things lost. So also identifying faculty advocates and of course programs as well can be very beneficial. So can I get one more? Can I get one more, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so first, again, happy to see another fellow to see y'all here.
Hey.
So if you go to the slide about the immunizing slide with the pie chart on it, so I tend to come from a pretty positive, I lean kind of a positive perspective. And what you said about, you know, academia really kind of fitting into that experimental or experiential chunk, as we try to use tools to know, to get to knowing. But we leave out kind of the spiritual and mythic traditions and not really allowing folks the space to lean into those other quadrants. I find myself struggling to understand how to allow those pieces into the scientific process in a way that maintains, you know, validity, reliability, reproducibility, and all those things, considering the subjective and kind of beyond, so of course, everything is subjective to a certain extent. When I think about spirituality and mysticism and things like that, that can be very interpretable and very subjective depending on the region of the world and what spiritual or religious practices and beliefs you tend to make sure meaning making on. How do we, you know, bring in, or what are your thoughts on bringing those kind of the spiritual and mythic pieces into the scientific process, or encouraging students or encouraging others to bring that piece of themselves into the scientific process or the meaning making process? Yeah, that's
Yeah, so part of it is like, usually when I talk about this stuff, people are like, all right, so Joker's just gonna be praying up in the classroom, or like, what, what does that really look like? And so I think it's a part of a broader picture, right? Where even when we see the rational approaches and justifications not lining up, people just push anyway, right? Because of the whiteness dynamic. Like this is, so even when we poke the holes, it shows it doesn't make sense. So making space in that way. But I mean, we look at Carter G. Woodson, right, and all the inventions and ways he innovated with the peanut. A lot of that was driven by his spiritual relationship. I was encouraged to do this or try that, right? Or another way is in terms of how do we orient what is the purpose of the knowledge that we're gaining? Is it to validate and experiment so that we can exploit? Or is it to appreciate, right? So if you look at indigenous ways of knowing, a lot of the knowledge comes from, engaging with nature and appreciating nature, not trying to exploit it for our human consumption. So it's not necessarily a dynamic where it's like, all right, if we're doing this experiment, who needs to pray, or would let's wait for you to fill it out. It's more so the entire picture of why are we even doing this? What questions are worth exploring, right? How if someone says we need to do this in this particular community and someone say no, because this space is valued in certain, who gets appreciated, whose perspective is cared for? Do we come back with that experimentation and scientific process and say, all right, is there another way I can get this information without harming, putting harm in this community? So I want to say, like, it's not like reducing it to just like, all right, this is the way we make sense. This is an alternative, but it's a broader orientation to how we even think about what the scientific process is and what it's intended to do. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to say, praying people and spiritual people, they like doing experiments too. Right? Like, it's not that. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I really needed to have to stop that discussion. We are a little bit behind time, so instead of a 15-minute break, let's have a 5-minute break. And everybody, get some refreshment, stretch a little bit, and we'll come back and really, 10:45.
Oh, I mean, which, yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah, it's like, which is probably with a lot of our work, like, you don't want to it's like psychological work, and important for, like, other people. I really get how I'm
Agreed when I left, and it's been like an appointment. And I only brought 2 jackets, I'm like, I'm not ready. How are you guys?
Just got left.
Yeah, I think she's probably in yeah, because of the work I do in the evaluators, yeah, I think find.
On the board. Oh, I'm the board, yeah. Yeah. So he was like, so. Yeah. So we got. Like, pushing down, I'm on the outreach, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I switched to EA, so it's
Got there.
My bias, he's right there. The other way around the environment, but it's like
You know, and I wanted to great, but also it's like, this is my first. So, it's too, like, I just stand up front, running. Are not really doing together as underground. Just very nice. One people like that, you know, I never like, just great. So that's why they give that.
Okay, can I get your attention? Marcia has tasked me with making sure we start on time. And I think she knew that I have a big voice, so even if there are folks out in the hall, they'll still be able to hear me. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Census Bureau Director, Robert L. Santos. Rob Santos earned a Bachelor of Arts in Mathematics from Trinity University after attending San Antonio Community College, and then a master's in statistics from the University of Michigan, where he honed his skills at the Survey Research Center of the Institute for Social Research. And for those that don't know, that's sort of the premier social research institute in the country. Rob writes of himself, "I have a passion for policy research and helping society to become more informed about public issues. It is incredibly rewarding to apply statistical principles and tools to studies of pragmatic real-world problems and to help researchers develop rigorous scientific approaches to collect and analyze data for policy insights." Now, Rob has a very impressive list of honors in appointments. And because time is short, and because I'm a statistician, you'll recognize that the few I'm choosing to tell you about are all related to statistics. Okay, Rob was the 116th president of the American Statistical Association. Prior to that, he was honored as a fellow of the American Statistical Association, and he also received the ASA's most prestigious award, the Founders Award. So he's kind of got the real trifecta there. He's got all the big events in the or big awards positions in the ASA. Now, many of you know that Rob's primary reason for visiting NC State this weekend is to receive an honorary doctorate of sciences. Since he was coming to campus anyway, I presented him with two other opportunities. One, delivering the commencement address at the Department of Statistics graduation ceremony this afternoon, and speaking at this AGEP event. I was expecting that his schedule would probably prevent him from doing either one. When he agreed to both, I was surprised, pleased almost to the point of being giddy. This is really great for NC State, for this program, for the Department of Statistics. I think it speaks volumes when a person who has dedicated their life's work to national and global policy issues also finds time to contribute at the local events such as our department graduation and this AGEP event. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Director Santos.
Well, thank you very much. Let's see, let me go down here. I'm not that tall, and I have a very soft voice for this. So, good morning. Buenos dias. Yeah. So, I'm a Latino. As some folks know, I was born and raised in San Antonio. And I'm going to tell you a few remarks that talk about a little bit about identity, but also tie in to how that translates into my statistical work and my work as a leader of the largest federal statistical agency. So I'll also tell you a little bit, I'll tell it in the context of stories, because I like to tell stories. I think that's sort of, there's something fundamental about learning from those. And I'm going to go through a few stories. And the first one is really, I hope you don't mind, it's kind of interesting. Is when I was a kid, about, I'd say about 6 or 7 years old. And it's going to tie in at the end to some of the summary remarks that I have. So back then, you know, I grew up in the barrios in San Antonio, and we had a little bungalow house that was real creaky and such. And the winters, you know, in San Antonio, they don't get that cold, but even, you know, 50 is cold to us out there. And so, you know, I was all bundled up. I was sleeping, you know, shared a bedroom with my big brother. And I was sleeping one night and the wind was howling outside. And I was just fast asleep on my back. And I was startled awake. And I felt something, you know, on the bed. And apparently a little mouse had crawled up to the bed. And then it started walking along me, along my body on the side. And I just froze. And then it crossed over my chest on the blanket. And then I just totally freaked out and it ran off. So I screamed bloody murder and then, you know, hauled off and woke up the entire family, who was very annoyed. It was like 3 a.m. And they, you know, they were like, come on, it's just a mouse, you know, they're everywhere back then anyway. And so, you know, we went back to bed and I just couldn't go back to sleep. And for several days after that, I was just totally frightened. I would not go to bed. I didn't want to go near the bedroom because I knew that there was going to be a repeat performance. Now, back then, my grandmother, my abuelita, who had raised me, because when my parents would go off, you know, to work before school, before I started going to school, she, you know, she was one of my trusted people. And so one day, you know, a few days after that, she came over to the house and she walked in and she said, you get over here. And so she took me to the bedroom. She laid me down on the bed and then she walked outside. I said, okay, what's going on? And so I went and I peeked through the window and she was taking up her palm branch and breaking it off. And then she, you know, just a little length like this with the leaves on it. And she walks back in and she says, you know, get back in the bed. What's wrong with you? And so I lay down again. She says, close your eyes. And I was like that. And I started hearing her whispering a prayer. And she started moving the branches over my body. And then she was finished and she said, okay, get up. You're fine now. And she had given me the asusto blessing. And, you know, she had come from Mexico in the early 1900s, fleeing the Mexican Revolution. And she came from Parras, Coahuila. And she, you know, she was just doing what she knew. She was using her culture, her life experience. This was the way that she was helping her grandchildren. And believe it or not, I was cured. So I wasn't afraid anymore. I would go to bed every night. And that stuck with me, but what didn't stick with me until later on, after a lot of reflection, was how powerful that was for the rest of my life. And to help sort of give you a little bit more context about sort of me and my identity as a Latino and such, I'll fast forward 2.5 decades and say that, you know, I was, you know, 28 going on 18, and I looked younger than I was. And so people would always like, what are you doing here? And I was at Temple University in Philadelphia. I was the sampling statistician and sampling manager. I had just finished my master's degree at Michigan. And My successes are defined by my failures. I did about 2/3, no, not 2/3. I did about a half of a dissertation and then walked away from it. And became a sampling statistician at the Institute for Survey Research, Temple. And I was the sampling statistician and the manager. We were doing ginormous studies. And if, please forgive me, I will talk simplistically because that's who I am. Plus in my role as a leader and a director serving the public, I'm trying really hard to keep it simple. And so I walked in and we were doing these studies of like, new beneficiaries, national face-to-face interviews, 17,000 interviews, paper and pencil surveys, and I was designing the samples for and selecting for them. And I had to build a staff. And so I was challenged. It was like, okay, I don't know anything about management or supervision or whatever, but I was bringing in all these undergrad students. And I figured, they were coming just to make a paycheck. And I said, I can't let them get away with that. So what I did is I made them a part of the learning process of the surveys that we would do. So I would have to put together these complex ways of, manually checking our samples and double checking and going through a process. Here are some protocols. And then I'd get them back together. I'd get them all together every week or so. And I'd say, okay, folks, we just defined, this protocol. And what do you think? What works, what doesn't? And they would give me feedback. And then it would be really good feedback. I'd know what worked and what didn't. And I'd say, okay, let's revise it this way. What do you think? And they just offer suggestions and such. And then I'd say, okay, stop everything you're doing, get out your resumes, and now write down that you help with process improvement, with quality control. And so each time we would do something and learn, I'd expose them to a different skill. I would help them build their resume. And I said, now, when you go off to, get whatever job you want, you can say, look, I've done these types of different things and the employers are going to be impressed and they'll hire you. And so I organically learned based on my experience. I organically learned how to help people in a meaningful way. And I guess I need to bounce back a little bit. I went to 12 years of parochial school in San Antonio. And I'm sorry, I'm not religious, but those values really stuck with me. And I was a first generation college student. That is, my siblings were the first, because my father didn't make it past 8th grade, and my mom, she actually got a high school diploma, but only because my grandmother, her mom, lost her husband and wasn't able to support her and had to become a full-time nanny and put her in an orphanage, and the orphanage got her through high school. So there were all these different aspects of my life that have built up with me. And by the time I got out of college and went to this first job at Temple, I knew two things. One of them is that I absolutely love statistics and wanted to save the world type of thing, do the best I can to help with society. And the second is I absolutely loved helping people. And that was part of the values that I brought with me from both parochial school and the Latino culture, familia. So I went through that thing in Temple and then ended up going back to Michigan to be the director of survey operations there at the Survey Research Center for several years. And lo and behold, here's a master's student. And I was asked to be on a study section for the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, AHRQ. And so I started going to these. It was just amazing. I was the only master's student in this room full of renowned MD researchers and public health researchers and health and so forth. It was just an amazing experience. I learned a lot. And you guys know the routine, I hope, that everybody, there's like 100 grant applications, and each individual's, assigned a few of them, but you're responsible for reading all of them and doing an assessment and then coming up with, you do discussions and then you score them. So there was this one application that wasn't assigned to me that really caught my eye, and it actually launched who I am as a Latino researcher. It was about, this was before the Affordable Care Act. So people who were uninsured, actually, that was a big issue for institutions, hospitals, clinics, etc., because they would have to pay, they wouldn't be able to get any money for serving those individuals. And a health researcher came to this committee, with an grant application. And it was, from a statistical point of view, it was absolutely spectacular. I mean, there was a clinical trial. The power was correct. The framing of the we're going to do this particular statistical test. That particular thing was fine. The analysis plan was fine. There was nothing anyone could complain about from the technical perspective. It was about how to provide a less expensive therapy for people without health insurance, specifically with regard to chronic pain. So at that time, if you had health insurance, you got the best meds, the best docs, and they did that. And what this person wanted to do, this researcher, he said, look, people without health insurance, that's a big challenge to the health industry. I have a potential solution. What we can do is we can do a clinical trial where half of them get the regular care, and there's a financial hit on the institution. And the other half, what we'll do is we'll give them transcendental meditation. So, basically, meditate, and it'll help you deal with your pain and such. And we think it's going to work. Here's the literature review. Here's a conceptual framework. And so there I was sitting there. I was saying, okay, what's wrong with this picture to me? But on the other hand, here's something that's designed to help both. It was pitched as a win-win situation. The healthcare industry doesn't have to suffer financial losses as much, while at the same time, the population in need gets served. And I don't know if anyone here, by the way I've described it, sees what the issue was. But when it came time to vote, all of the reviewers, the primary reviewers, said, this is a spectacular thing. It's a solution that we need. Let's go down and do it. And do people see the advantage of that? Okay, so I, the sole Latino person of color in this room full of grandiose researchers, I raised my hand and I told them, look, if we fund this, we're going to be, how can I best say this? We're going to be propagating a two-tier health system. If you have health insurance, step over to door number one. You're going to get the best meds, the best, the best physician, therapy and thinking and such. You don't have health insurance, go over to step back to door number two, and we're going to help you think through your pain. I said, we cannot use this type of research to promote a two-tier health system. If it's actually a good therapy, it needs to be open to everyone. There's lots of people with health insurance that don't like to take meds. So why not open it to everyone? I said, we cannot fund this thing as it exists. And I was really, really nervous because it was the first time I'd ever spoken up like that. And it was very easy in terms of the power structure. We're all taught, that in terms of master's versus PhD and such. The first time that I was in great fear that they're going to say, you don't know what you're talking about, kid, and then just go out and do what they wanted. But fortunately, they listened and they sent the proposal back. Now, I never followed up to see whether they recouched it. But the strong message was, the way this thing's framed, it ain't going to work. You need to rethink it. And it's a lesson that showed that my life experience, based on what I knew back in the barrio, I know that my abuelita, I wouldn't want her to have a different standard of healthcare than people with health insurance. So there was no way that I could not speak up, there was no way that I wouldn't use my own culture, my own values, my own life experience to say something. And that began a journey then for me to go through and start promoting that type of thinking. And that's kind of like a message, the broader message of what this particular talk is going to be about. It's about, you all are professors, you're teaching students. Those students, they have their own life experiences, they have their own cultures, regardless of race or ethnicity. They need to bring that to the table and use that in the context of their critical thinking. So yeah, as statisticians or engineers or whatever, we're given a set of tools, technical tools. They can be really powerful. But if you don't then infuse them with your culture, your values, your life experience, you actually you're going to miss a huge opportunity to do better science, to get more relevant information, better insights, more accurate data. So that's basically the story of what I have to offer in terms of using one's whole self. Now, it all kind of wraps up. There are a lot of folks that do social science as well as mathematics, etc. And I want to tell another story where it's more about, it reveals the absence of diverse perspectives and what happens when you do that. So this time around, it was back in 1999, there was a health research conference and I was invited to give commentary. This was right at the start where people were beginning to value cross-cultural research. And I basically got up and I wanted to tell the story. It was something that I'd been thinking about for, like, it had been 2 decades now. But even back when I was a student at Michigan, all the Latino students would all say, look, in terms of research, especially in the social sciences, but really it impacted everybody. There's this self-propagation of, here's the way to do research and here are the questions to ask and you need to do it this way. And we'd all say, look, it's so biased, this thinking. And so at this conference, it was going to be the first time that I would express to a group of health survey researchers, some of the most prominent ones in the field, that look, the stuff that we're doing now, the way that we're conceiving research, the way that we're asking questions, the way that we're analyzing it, is from a very specific perspective. Back then, they didn't have words like, racism or, well, they did, but they weren't being used in terms of the context of informing. The DEI, that didn't exist, things of that sort. And so I said, these were more along the lines of a Western culture context. Really a European almost context. And I used the example of a health, a healthcare battery of questions called the SF-36. They were developed in 1992. And there was this one question on mobility that was asked. And it was something to the effect of, do you do daily activities to keep you healthy, like house cleaning, golfing, bowling? Well, this was before Tiger Woods. Back then, who played golf? And back then, who bowled? It was pretty much a white society that did that. And even for golfing, it was people that lived in country clubs. Here was an exact example that illustrated that the individual who developed that specific question was using their perspective of their life to infuse into how this was going to be asked. Now, I totally get it. And in fact, I just finished advocating. You got to bring your life experience, your culture, etc. So that was a biased perspective, but sometimes biased perspectives are okay when you combine them. So what was missing at the time that that question was conceived were the alternative perspectives of the Latino community, the African-American community, the Asian community, etc. If you would have put all of those together at the time the question would be written, I guarantee you, it would not have come out the way that it did. It would have been better. It would have been more informed. It would have led to less bias. So that's another example. There are many examples. There is actually a VBAC calculator. I don't know if anybody has heard about that. But basically, in pediatrics, up until actually a couple of years ago, maybe, you were given a score. Pediatricians would give expecting moms a score. And simply if you were African-American or Latino, they would bump up that score for no other reason and recommend that you get a cesarean. And when that was revealed, finally people said, okay, we need to retrench that. And it was a bad thing. I actually went to I was on a National Academies panel for Social Security Administration, looking at representative payees. These are folks that take the check on behalf of somebody and then distribute the funds. And they wanted to look at fraud. We need to detect fraud because there's so much fraud going on. And they were going to do a predictive analysis, logistic regression. And I said, at the beginning, they do this wonderful thing. Everybody talks about their biases that they're bringing in to the research that's about to be done by the panel. And my comment was, look, folks, we're going to do some predictive analysis. We will not. I don't want to be a part of, and you shouldn't be a part of, any analysis that puts in as a predictor the race or ethnicity of an individual, because we should not be coming out of this investigation, of this research, saying that the way to identify fraudulent representative payees is if you're Black or Hispanic. Now, I don't even want it to be in the equation. There are plenty of other variables that can indicate what the risk factors are, but they're not going to be race or ethnicity. And the same principle applies to in terms of justice policy. You see that with AI and some of the algorithms that were going on. So that was the other perspective. And then the final one, that the little story that I'm going to tell, has to do with clinics and institutions. So, as part of this AHRQ review process, I would get newsletters on research of the bill. And I was reading a newsletter, and then one day there was this little excerpt. And it said, oh, here's a research project that came out really well. Excuse me. And it was about clinical research on people with Spanish language, patients who spoke Spanish. And the finding was they did a clinical trial and they said, when Spanish-speaking patients go to clinics and either the administrator or the clerk or someone, oh, thank you so much. When at least some of the staff know a little bit of Spanish, they do better. The outcomes of the patients are better than in those clinics where nobody speaks Spanish at all. So I don't know about you, but my first impulse was to laugh out loud, right? Like, come on, of course. But then it hit me. Okay, it hit me. This was the first instance where a research grant funded by the government showed that an institution, the clinics, the healthcare folks, were acculturating to a more diverse population. So it was the institution that was actually changing instead of the classic victimization. You have the problem, we're going to treat you. You need to learn English. You need to do this. You need to do that. Instead, it was the institution. And it grew into me this insight that all of these outcomes are actually the result of a two-party interaction. The patient, the individual who's trying to make a living or to survive or to be healthy, and the institution. And what's going on is that there's an interaction between the two that's either productive or it isn't. And going further, when we think about power structures, it reveals to me that, I hate to say it too strongly, and this is really from all of the 40 years of policy research that I've done over the course of my career. It ends up being that there's two parties involved, that in the power structure and so forth, that we too often provide, okay, here are SNAP benefits, here's an employment training, here's this or that. They're really sort of like, let's help them without realizing that the net result of the interaction of the system, so to speak, with the individual is really what's determining the outcome. And because of that, many of the programs that we see are doomed to failure. That is, there needs to be more than simply helping them. There's another patient, the industry, the healthcare industry in this case, sort of systems, institutions that need help just as well. And it's akin, so I guess I'll stop there. I shouldn't say more than that, other than we really need treatments for both parties and not just the folks who end up being victimized. The bottom line is I'm expressing sort of from my identity, from my life experience, that things that I've learned that actually don't have, some folks might say it doesn't have a lot to do with statistics, but I would argue that it has everything to do with statistics. Statistics is a tool to help generate knowledge, to generate insight. And you have to be able to do critical thinking in order to properly generate the insight that advances society to the next level. And if you think about it, all students, and especially students, of color, in my opinion, have specific life experiences and cultures, etc., that they need to combine with their technical experience so that they can generate better science and more accurate data and more relevant data for us. That's the message that I've been giving all the colleges and university students that I've met. It's the message that I've been given to faculty. We need to allow students to look to themselves to generate new insights, to become leaders. I actually, the last thing I'll say on this is that I actually advise students to do something that I know is going to just curdle your blood as researchers. When they're thinking about, I tell them, when you're thinking about a problem, what do your professors, not all professors, what do your professors say in general? Go do the lit review and then come back to me and say, what's your problem? I tell them, no, you need to do it the other way. First, think about the problem. Use your own life experience, your own culture to think through what are the underlying mechanisms for that? What's going on from your perspective? And then go look at the literature, because that's the way you develop new, innovative, creative thinking. And that's the value of diverse perspectives. It doesn't come from simply having numbers. It comes from the people who have different ways of thinking and using their life experience to come forth and leverage that to create something new. And that's why I'm a big advocate of diversity in the workplace. That's what I'm doing at the Census Bureau, actually. I'm pitching, because I've lived that experience, the value of diversifying the workforce, because those diverse perspectives, when you bring them together, create a new level of creativity and innovation that otherwise wouldn't exist. I've seen it, I've given examples of it, and I could talk about it all day, but I think I'll stop there and say I'm open to questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your book. In life, you always see that the statement that numbers don't lie, numbers will say what they say. But in your experience, have you witnessed the manipulation of numbers to hear the story?
Yeah.
Because of a designer's perspective.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. Numbers really are valuable, evidence-based policymaking, right? However, you need to make sure that you understand what's underlying those numbers, right? I've had instances. So I was associated with the project in Austin, Texas. So from Austin. And it was on community policing. So the Latino and African American community in East Austin, they felt that they were being harassed by the police because their kids were being pulled over all the time when they were, driving through or after school and things of that sort. And so we had a project that brought the police and the community together, because the answers come from the community. They don't come from researchers in their offices. And the best problem statements come from them. And so we brought them together, ended up doing a survey of the community about the police, and then took the results, visualized them, and had a data walk. And so we all came to a community center one evening, both the police folks and the community, and we sat around and we went from table to table with the different visualization and said, take a look at this. What do you think? And what's a policy recommendation? But we got really nervous because we said, when we were developing the materials, we said, oh my God, something went wrong. There's contradictory results. I don't know how this is going to go down. And the contradictory results were that on the one hand, there was a sentiment about, what do you think of the police, positive or whatever. And it was a very positive, actually, community had a positive view of police. And then what do you think about, racial profiling and such? And it was a very negative view. And they were like, okay, these things can't possibly, there must have been a question wording issue or whatever. So we brought all of those folks together and we said, you know, we're sorry. Yeah, we didn't actually say we're sorry, but we were like really concerned to see what the reaction would be of the folks. And so we said, well, what do you think about these two things? And the community said, what's wrong? Those are totally consistent. And we said, what? I said, yeah, look, if somebody's busting down our door, we want the police to come help us out. But we also don't want them pulling over our kids when they're coming home from school. It made absolutely perfect sense, but in the abstract, in one's office, it didn't. And that's the value of understanding numbers. By the way, I have a story about, and you don't need a lot of numbers in order to make good policy decisions. And I have a quick story of N=1. So Mr. Statistician here, mathematical statistician, then survey statistician, over the course of time ended up getting into qualitative research. And we did a study of the impact of ICE raids on immigrant communities across the country. If you recall, back in 2007 to 2010, series of them. We go in like Nebraska, Grand Island, Nebraska, and Nice, and Connecticut, etc. And we'd interview folks, families that were impacted, the community, the grocery store people, the companies that were impacted. And one of the families that we interviewed was a family that had been broken apart because of the raid. They took the mom and they shipped her off. And we said, what happened? And the mom was, in the pool of folks that got raided and immediately shipped off to Texas to a detention center. And they said, well, look, what happened was they got her and they sent her off, not realizing that she had a breastfeeding child at home. And suddenly, and there was no one to take care. And so they had to scramble and try to piece together some way of supporting that child. And it was because of that N=1 that one could make an immediate policy recommendation that ICE needed to change the way they did their detention and deployment, shipment of individuals, that they should first ask the moms, even the dads, whether they had children at home, to make sure that they weren't having issues. And that happened pretty quickly, actually. You don't necessarily need, numbers are great, but sometimes even N=1 can be helpful. Do we have time for more? Oh, was there a question on the chat? Let me take a look. Would you please repeat the question before answering? Yes, sir. Oops. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I fully appreciate the importance of the students bring themselves, but they may be very reluctant to do that because they've been trained not to do that, and especially if they're dealing with an advisor like me, who's an old white guy. So what do you suggest? How can we encourage them and create safe spaces for students to bring themselves there?
Well, part of that comes, I think, from oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me see if I can reconstruct it. The question was, how do we help students who to bring themselves and bring their life experience to the table in terms of their own education when they may be very reluctant to do that in a setting that doesn't visually maybe seem as diverse as what they're accustomed to. Yeah. So what I would recommend is making sure that the students have networks amongst themselves that can be supportive of each other. I know that as a Latino graduate student, I benefited enormously from having a cadre of Latino grad students, none of which were in statistics. I was the only statistician kid. coming together and supporting each other. That helps a lot. But also there needs to be a communication of receptivity to other ideas. So rather than maybe saying, here's a course and here's an assignment, one can actually help set that up by saying that you need to start with your thinking and your experience to bring forth your own ideas, and maybe have some exercises. So maybe rather than a seminar where you read somebody's article and they repeat the article, because I did that as a grad student. You present somebody else's research. Instead, have seminars where they offer their alternative perspective on some things of the sort. So there may be some different mechanisms that you can do that. And not having been in academia per se, I wouldn't necessarily know that know the techniques that others have to offer. So there may be better suggestions out there. Yep. Well, thank you very much then.
Thank you so much for all these examples of these ways that different perspectives make such a difference, and how bringing the different perspectives to different disciplines. In this case, my favorite statistics, but I think all of our disciplines is really can have a huge impact. So, yeah. So our next session is going to be a showcase of the faculty fellows department plans. In this AGEP project, we have faculty fellows who are really the core of the whole program. And they work with their departments to develop plans for promoting the success of diverse doctoral students. And so before we do the showcase, I want to recognize the third cohort of fellows who are finishing their second year. They're finishing, they have 2-year terms. So we'll do that. So I'd like to call up Jeff Joins. And he's from Kate Saul. Jackie Cole. Joel DeCoff. Matt Sullivan. And I have one more for a cohort one fellow. Cohort one ended in 2020, and we didn't have in-person meeting. And so Brad Taylor never got his
So I want to give my heartfelt thanks to all of the fellows for the incredible work that you've been doing. And so now we're going to have the showcase of the department plans. And we have 4 fellows who will be sharing with us what they've been doing in their departments. And the first one is Carla Barbieri.
Hello, everyone. I want to first start saying thank you. I would love to put this in the display mode. Can someone help me? To put it in the display mode. I don't see it. I don't see them. Oh, here. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you very much. So I want to say first saying thank you to the AGEP leadership team, and especially Marcia for all the support during my 2 years. So I will present about the department plan for Parks, Recreation and Tourism Management, where I was a faculty fellow. So each of us, we have our own different contexts, as Rob was saying, that we bring into the table. And actually, in my case, there were some variables that affected how we approach our diversity plan that I wanted to present to you before going to actually what we did. First is that in our department, we have multiple committees that we work separately towards the same goal, that it's increasing the overall justice in our department, increasing equity and so on. From those, there are 2 key committees. One is the Graduate Program Advisory Committee, where I am a member since my 2nd year as a fellow. And the first one, the DIJ committee, that actually I had the honor to chair during my 1st year as a fellow. A couple of other things that had an influence during my fellowship is that revolving leadership. During my 2 years, I had the pleasure to have 3 different department heads. And also that most of the work in my department is social justice overall. So I don't want to say whether those were influencers in a bad or a bad way. It's up to each of us how we take it. Just for example, the laughs that I hear from revolving leadership, I was freaking out. I didn't have a leader vision, correct? But on the other hand, they told me, hey, Carla, you do. We know that you will do good. So they gave me a blank card. What it was at the end, I realized that it was a good thing. The same thing with social justice. You say, yes, that's awesome. People get it in our department. Yes, that's great, but we all know better, correct? And that's a little bit challenging too when you present something. And something that I want to thank Rob to bring to my attention, I was very confused. Too much information. Do I have to do what? So if I have fellows that are in their 1st year at the end, this is how I felt at certain point. I wish I had some of my relatives to do me the cure of the susto, but with an egg is how we do in my country. But I step a little bit back for a while. And this is what we came up, our diversity plan. So more than talking about the content, I'm going to talk about the process to see how it evolved in my department. The first thing that we did, and Lisa, before you leave, thank you. Well, she left. The first thing was an assessment. What's going on in our department? So using the results from the entry survey that Lisa conducted and from the baseline activity that we all have to realize, we came up with with a set of strengths, obstacles, and opportunities in our department. We also identified 3 areas of work. We found that in retention, we were great. We were having 100% of retention over the years with students from underrepresented minorities. I remember a comment from Yvette early on, and she said, well, go back 10 years. So we went back 10 years of data, and still we had 100% of retention. But our problem is that we didn't have recruitment. We have very few underrepresented minority students. So we realized that that was our major area that we have to focus on. And also middle range, we also have to improve our cultural context to prepare our students for their desired career. With that, and with all the information that I was provided every month, and with our insights from my co-fellows, I came up, I think, like with a list of 100 things that we could do. So then I have to do a priority check with my department, DGP, the Director of Graduate Programs. So we met a couple of times, just trying to focus, okay, what priorities that we can do. And we realized a couple of things, things that are feasible to do. I mean, there's things that we have to be realistic, and others that, based on his experience, he told me we already tried that, it didn't work, or we are doing that I didn't know. So we came up with 20 actions, each of 8 of which were deemed by both of us of high priority. I want to take this off. Okay, so one of the things that we think it's important is that when we created our goals, we also had to have some metrics to see whether our goals we were advancing over time. So you can see in the screen what were our specific goals regarding recruitment, retention, and preparedness for future careers, especially related to the cultural climate in our department. And from that, we established certain metrics that we have to follow. One of the things that we included, I said we, but at the beginning it was mostly I, included in the plan to make it feasible was to have a sustainability plan. And our suggestion was that the graduate program advisory committee review our diversity plan and our metrics every 3 years. So then I have to go from, actually, this is what I think, or we think that we have to do, and then actually go into action. So that is when the DGP and the department head were involved in that process. The first thing was I regrouped all the actions into something that it was more easy to grasp, correct? Because some of the actions for recruitment could overlap for retention. So I regrouped it based on 3 themes. Doctoral student pathway, we came up with 7 actions, graduate program itself, 9 actions, and holistic and cultural-based advising, 4 actions. So very excited, went to the graduate program advisory committee, presented my actions. This was during the time of COVID and other issues with graduate students. They said, this is great, and it was installed in the graduate program. The next year, I presented again that, but I was a committee member, and they said, okay, Carla, this is great, but we're not going to do the 20 actions that you have there. So go back and prioritize those. And there is where my department head had a key role. I met with him, and based on what was his vision for the department, he helped me to prioritize those goals. And after that, now we have in the DGP living document where we have all our actions prioritized, but every single, we meet once a month. Every month we update that based on whether we are achieving one of those or have completed some of those goals. So just to give you an idea, and I will not go through all of the 20 goals or actions that we have, sorry, not goals. In the doctoral student pathway, we realized that one of the things was for recruitment to allocate one departmental assistantship for a student coming from an underrepresented minority group. You can see in the screen that actually at this point it is still pending. And part of the reason is because at the college level, there's that initiative too, that we combine with my other two fellows in the college to try to achieve that. One of the first things that we did is to remove GRE admission requirement to kind of make it easier. And that was one of the first things that we did. So overall, we only have 2 pending actions out of the 7 that we proposed. For the graduate program, we proposed 9 actions and only 2 are pending. One of the things that are pending is clarify prelim exam information. That was a key, it's very confusing. I am glad to say that we are voting in our meeting for 2 weeks on the final document. So hopefully this time it's going to be as completed, but it has been like that for some time. Holistic and cultural based advising. This is the part that we propose for actions, but we still are working on that. We still have 3 that are pending. One of the things that we completed is that we have created a graduate student well-being subcommittee within GPAC, and it's an ad hoc committee in case that one of our undergraduate students have any issues, especially related to communications with the advisor. And that actually that came from a recommendation from Windsor in one of our committees. With that, that is just an overall brief of how we did our diversity plan in our department. And I don't know if there's questions or thank you again, everybody.
Quick question. Yes. On the screen, on the chat.
I do Zoom every single day, but when it's not my computer, I kind of freak out. Oh, thank you. It was just a thank you, I think. Thank you.
There's the person who brings their hand on the top of the screen.
Oh, okay. Please, Yenora, can you just go and ask your question?
Oh, thank you. And I love the way you pronounce my name. It reminds me of growing up in LA and, you know, all of my friends who pronounce my name that way. Thank you so much for the helpful information. So my question is about the removal of the GRE requirement. So there's been a lot of move with graduate admissions professionals to remove the GRE requirement. What things did you do to substitute that? So you just don't eliminate it, right? So were there some other more holistic review criteria that you used to substitute for the GRE? What did that look like?
Thanks very much. I hope that I pronounced correctly. I was not sure whether I.
Yes, yes, it sounds just great.
Okay. So actually the GRE, when we remove it, and it took us a while, this discussion, because we removed it and we wanted to substitute it for an additional material. But then with consultation, we realized that we were making a lot of exceptions already with the GRE scores, because we require all applicants to have a statement in their application, and usually it's between a 2 and 3 page statement. And our department works a little bit different from others. To be admitted, they do need to have a committed advisor. So everybody gets admitted in our department with that advisor. In reality, what happened is that the applicant with the potential advisor or advisors have several communications before the actual discussion at the department level. So originally, as you mentioned, we were trying to look for something to substitute the GRE, and then we realized that we were just waiting too long to look for what was the best substitution material when we actually didn't need it. So in short, we do have, well, in addition of the recommendations that I think is a standard, at least at NC State, what we give a lot of priority or emphasis is the candidate's statement. Why do they want to study a PhD? Why in that particular area? Why with that faculty advisor? And even after that, if there are previous conversations with several faculty in we admit graduate students collectively, because all our graduate students need to have an assistantship. That's a little bit different too. So it depends on everybody that we do a collective admittance. Hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now we can say thank you, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, we will next have a presentation by Terry Zhu from UNC Charlotte Mechanical Engineering Science.
Audience during the thoughts. Minimize that.
Yes. Mhm.
There we go. Okay.
Where is it? Which one is mine? Thank you. Yeah, it's just a slideshow. Okay. Hey. So my name is Terry. So I'm a faculty member in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Engineering Science at UNC Charlotte. And I'm also the graduate program director. So I started as a fellow. So it's kind of during the pandemic. I think it started in fall 2020. And I officially graduated in last summer. I think I got my, So I'm happy to share the plan we have, So what happened is the time, so when I was a fellow, so I'm also was charged, so to do a so-called 5-year, review of our graduate program. I started as a graduate program director in 2019, so it's kind of late 2019. And then I got a chance to pull out the data. And then what I find, so it's as you can see in this slide is first they're talking about, so the students population, so their race, those things. So our program actually have a quite big, so PhD student, number of PhD students. We have about 70 to 90 PhD students, depending on the years here. So, and then we look at it, so 5-year data. So, and I'm not sure whether you guys can see it. So, but the conclusion we got is, so the percentage of the traditional UIM students in our program is actually very, very low. So I can tell, so we don't have any African-American students, so actually in our program probably for more than 2 decades, so You know, so that's where I joined the department for about 2 decades. The second thing, you know, so in other, so Latino student, we probably only have one, like that, very, very low. Right? So the other thing, so we look at it is talking about the students, so graduation, so for our program and in on our campus, so when the student come in, the financial aid, the financial support they got is usually 5 years. So that's what we are looking at to see whether the student can graduate within 5 years. So what you're seeing is, so depending on when the student join us, and then this 5-year graduation rate, it varies, so although we do have a lot of, so student can graduate in 6 years, some of them maybe graduate in 7 years. So then we find that out, the conclusion we have is, so it's only about 50% of PhD students can graduate within 5 years. So why that happens, right? The other thing I don't have the data, I don't have the information shown on this slide is we also looking at, because AGEP, one goal is we want to kind of to increase the, so the number of the UM student who goes into the academic field. So we find that out 95% of our students are not, so are not working in the academic field. They are all goes to the industry. So then we decided, okay, so what we need, so it's not just a diversity plan there. So we need a plan to improve the overall learning experience, not just for the UM student, but for all the students. So then we have a couple of, discussion during the faculty meetings. So the obstacles we have, so we need a more UM student, but we also need to think about the enrollment, right? So, and then we also talking about, so we received a lot of, so applications, those students who don't have a background in the engineering. So how can we get them in, so that's how to effectively recruit students with background other than mechanical engineering, and also how to build up the pipeline to recruit the UIM students. And then the questions we also have how to improve this 5-year graduation rate. And we have so many students are working in the industry. Can we engage them and have them to give back, so and also provide, so some professional development, so advice to the current students, right? Also, another thing is we do have some faculty, some students who are interested to become a professor, but then their current advisors, they'll just say, okay, focus on research. So those students always talk with me. They want to be a teaching assistant, so, but then the faculty members say, no, you need to focus on research. So that's we put on, how to provide a special training so to students who are interested in academic jobs. So then we have the plan. So it's also in 3 categories, similar like the previous presenter, so recruitment, retention, graduation, and also the alumni engagement. So that's what I wrote in the plan. So I submitted last year, so the first part is the recruitment, right? So, and they are all in blue. That means we already take the action on it, so the first thing is we want to offer the competitive graduate assistantship. And I think I got a lot of support, so from the department heads. I think we have 4 different engineering departments in our college. And at that time, so when I started, I was a fellow, it's talking about the 9-month stipend is 18,500, so, and our departments, so as a lead, we just said, okay, we are going to raise it to kind of the 20,000. It's still, I know, not comparable to what NC State is giving, so, but I think we take the leads, so, and I think it's just within UNC Charlotte, the College of Engineering, so ME department and the ECE, so be able to do that. I think that's the step we did. We also review the possibility to waive the GRE requirements, so, and also the application fee to increase the number of applicants. We did waive the GRE, so, but we probably will still, so the reason we waive the GRE is because during the pandemic, students cannot take the GRE, especially international students. But so every year right now, so we are having a discussion, so to see whether we need to continue this practice or not. But I heard from my colleagues, so we have a lot of international students. So GRE is something we may need to require, so when we review the international students application. And then the third thing we did a lot is to promote the program within our bachelor students, so so early entry master students, so and master's students. So we now have a lot of the information section, so, and then we have former student panelists, so, and then for those internal students, so they are interested in our program, so they got a chance, so to talk with those current students, the student panelists worked very, very well, so it's because they don't like to listen, just to hear from me, so they want to hear the real experience from the current student. Worked very, very well, so, and, so in the last 2 semesters, each semester, so we can successfully, so recruit a dozen of the, so our own students to join our program. So I'm very happy about that. Right? We also utilize the networks of the current faculty, students, and alumni to establish the pipeline. So what we did is we, for the student from China, so we have information section, so to choose all 3 different universities, so I think the pandemic, one good thing come out from the pandemic is everybody can use Zoom now, right? So it's very convenient. So that help, so we can talk with international students overseas. We also have faculty members travel back to Bangladesh, kind of visit 2 or 3 universities, and then try to help the recruitment. So also we update our website. The last bullet point on this slide, I think it's very, very helpful, so we actually, so in last year, I think we recruit our very first, so African-American, so female faculty member. And she is serving as, so advisor, so to help the undergraduate program. We are very happy because I do think we need a role model to convince the UIM student to join us, so, and she is very, very helpful. I think I'm very grateful, so the department heads so did that, so, so that's what we did for our recruitment. And currently, so I'm kind of more working on this retention and the graduation, so, I talk about, so 5 years, so graduation rates is relative varies there, right? So one reason related to that is in our curriculum, so we have a different milestone there. The first milestone is they need to pass a qualifying exam, so in our catalog, it said, okay, you need to take your qualifying exam in your 3rd semester, so, but didn't, so do that, so since I become the graduate program director, so I just kind of talk with the faculty member, and also we kind of send out a very clear information to the students there. So basically, it took kind of several semesters, so to clear up the queue there, so so right now, so all the students, so they will take their exam, so in the 3rd semester, so, and also what we did there is so try to, it's not we ask the students what you need to do for the qualify. So now after each qualifying exam, so I will conduct an anonymous survey there. So I ask the student to give the feedback, so, and then I present in the faculty meeting, and then we kind of just revise the things. So they, for example, they're talking about, oh, so for the certain mathematics, so exam, so there are 5 questions asked there, but they think so within 3 hours, so that time limit, it's not enough time. So, and then we discussed, we said, okay, you can decide to select 4 out of 5 questions. So we collect the, so the information from the student, and then we respond, so we take the action. I still haven't done, so this black things is the thing, so we plan to do, but I haven't done. I still want to do, so the graduate school has this mentor training to faculty members. So, so my next, step is find a good time so I can coordinate, and then we have that training, so, IDP is something definitely on my, so agenda, so need to get it done, right? So also the student handbook, something student handbook, so we want to get it. Although everything right now is on our kind of the on our website, but I still feel students, they want to have one PDF file so they can kind of go through. They don't want to browse the web page there. One thing is retention, student engagement is what we did is we have a student mixer, so, and very, very successful. So this semester we did that. So we have about 50 PhD students. So we have 70 to 80, so 50 students show up, and the faculty member, so also joined. Very, very helpful, so
We didn't have it before. So that's kind of what we plan and what we have done. So in terms of get a student engaged and retain them and help them to graduate. Alumni engagement. So I have 3 things listed here. So, but I haven't done anything, so we haven't done anything, but I do want to do something in the next few semesters. I do think so, have more alumni coming back, so to share their information with their successful story with the current students will be very, very helpful. Yeah. So that's what we have. Any questions? Yes.
Well, I could scroll back to something that caught my attention. You don't have one Black faculty member, and I think that situation is all too common. My department is 0, so it's worse. With with some department leadership, because VPP, but with your department head, I guess the question is, how is your department going to deal with the additional workload on that faculty member? So probably a magnet for all your Black students in the department. There's a lot of additional work that comes with being the only one, and a lot of work that may not get credit because it's not grants and publications. So I wonder what your department sort of thought that through, how you're going to protect that person.
Okay.
So he doesn't remain the only one or become
Yeah.
burn out.
Yeah, I understand that, so the person we hired, so right now she is, so not on the tenure track. Okay, so she is teaching on the teaching track there, so I think the department head is give out a very balanced, workload. So usually teaching faculty members will teach 3 courses or 4 courses, but I think that teaching faculty member not goes to that is 2 courses, will also spend a lot of time so to kind of advise the undergraduate student and leads the outreach of the undergraduate program. Yeah. So, but I will say, so our department head, I think that he is very good, so because as a female faculty member, I was asked to, not asked by him, but asked by the college level, asked me to serve on almost all the committee. And then my department head just stood out and say, okay, you guys cannot do that, cannot put Terry on that, all the committees. Yeah, so I think there's a culture there. So I think the leadership, so my department has, so he knows that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Next, I'd like to call up Joel Ducoste. He is from NC State and College of Engineering.
So, I guess now it's officially good afternoon. And I know I can hear people's stomachs grumbling because mine is one of them. So I want to be mindful of that and respectful of time. There are a lot of slides here, so I'm going to move through it quickly, but it is really for the collective to peruse after today. So my project was a little bit different. I had a goal of trying to elevate the culture and climate of mentoring at NC State. And so I had in mind a vision of developing a mentoring leadership academy. And so, the goals there were to try to make mentoring something that is elevated and not a hidden commitment. We do a lot of this kind of things, organically, sometimes behind the scenes, but it's not something that is recognized or rewarded as an activity that we do. And we do this with our colleagues, we do this with our students. And so the idea here was to try to hopefully set up something that looks at changing that culture and climate. And it's really about sharing the wisdom that we have and embedded in us with everybody to nurture and support our individual goals. And so the process that we used was I set up a steering committee. Oh, I'm not in slideshow mode. Yeah, we'll get that up there. Dismiss. Now we'll get this right. Hold on. Yeah, bingo. Sorry about that. All. So my process, and I'm very much about the process. I know I always tell my students that we have to get these deadlines done, but we try to develop a process because you spend most of your time in the process of getting to your destination. Obviously, it's important to get to your destination, but given that we spend so much time in the process, I wanted to make it enjoyable, informative, and learning. So my process for the MLA was we developed a steering committee and a planning group. This involved faculty and administrators across NC State in different colleges, all the way up to the provost level, because my goal is that if we were to develop an MLA, that it would be managed by the provost office. As part of that, there were lots of symposiums and interactions to exchange ideas. There was one on Immunity to Change, which is a fabulous book. I will mention that briefly. And then we had a symposium on the culture of mentoring at an R1 institution. Another symposium that was led by a couple of administrators at another university that had a mentoring program. And then I did a survey of faculty mentoring in the College of Engineering. The reason why the journey is important to me, and I try not to think linearly. If you look at the designs that we do, and I'm just showing some pictures here of just simple waterways, they're usually straight, gets to the destination, when in fact, nature does not have that. It is much more interactive, an opportunity to transfer and exchange whatever between its surrounding environment. And so I know a lot of people I started thinking of, I got one goal, I want to, be a full professor, or I want to be a National Academy member. And it's always linear and one-dimensional, when in reality, the most enjoyable part of what we do is about the exchange that happens, the winding staircase, the opportunities to reach a certain landing and enjoy that opportunity. And so that is the process that we used here. We had several meetings talking about different things. I asked the committee about the one big thing that they would like to see in terms of prioritizing mentoring. Lots of valuable answers came from the steering committee about improving mental health for students and faculty, transferring skills. One interesting thing is that if our students were also better mentors themselves, that this would be a transferable skill that we can actually lead and be a showplace for a place that does that. So there was clearly value added to students and faculty. There was one thing, a book that I had read, and I thought this was important. I encourage all of you to read this. It's called The Immunity to Change. It has this idea that change is hard and you have to change a mindset. And it goes through it systematically, developing what they call this immunity map, where you try to identify what's your improvement goal and what are the hidden commitments, the things that you're not doing to do that goal and you're doing instead. And then what are you worried about? Why are you doing those things? What's inhibiting doing those improvement goals? And so it's a wonderful process of that goals and behaviors are at conflict with each other. And I can't stress enough that if you have time, part of your summer reading is this book, because I think you'll enjoy it so much. Again, we had a seminar series that had wonderful speakers, including our very own Dr. Christine Grant. Some of you know her very well. And by the way, this is a video that is available on AGEP website, so you can view it at your leisure. But these four experts, I wanted to bring in people that talked about different aspects. Dr. Laura Lunsford talked about the science of mentoring. It is a science, folks, with expertise that is continuously being updated. And so I always thought that in the creation of an MLA, that it would be a opportunity to train and share new ideas, new best practices with those trying to do that so that we continuously improve. We had Dr. Christine Grant, who talked about that it's not, no one person is a guru of everything, and that you need a mentoring cabinet to address some of the different aspects that you are needing advice in. So she talked a little bit about that. We had Dr. Juan Gilbert, who talked about that mentoring is not one way. It is a two-way street, and that mutual mentoring. You will learn not only providing that wisdom to your mentee, but you will learn feedback to your back to you. And he talked a little bit about those strategies. And then finally, I had Mana Schneider talk about how do we assess mentoring more effectively. And she talked about the company that she's with, Kronos, and having a mentoring tool, and which actually inspired one of the members of the steering committee who was in the provost office. And right now, you may have received an email about at NC State about a Kronos tool where you can sign up to be a mentor or a mentee and have that exchange. There are some challenges with it, and I think I'm going to be talking with them this summer about how to improve participation, because right now with roughly over 2,000 faculty that we have here at NC State, it is very unsubscribed, both on the mentor and mentee side. So we need to improve that. Also, we recognize that many people being mentored outside by people outside of the university, they're at this moment, I don't see a way that you can incorporate external mentors that might be valuable to your advice cabinet, so to speak. These were the two administrators from UMass Amherst that has a very nice mentoring program and actually may have served as a model that I'm hoping that we might be able to use. And they talked about, again, reiterating the idea that there is no one guru, and that they advocate for mentoring at multiple levels, not only at the university, but all the way down to the department level, where most of the action is happening. And so I just wanted to give you that ride. The next set of steps is we're going to be developing a protocol, a sort of like standard operating procedure that I will share with the steering committee and planning group, and then propose that to the provost office for consideration. Backup plan, the College of Engineering has a new dean, you may have heard about that, and he is very much about interactions and mentoring. And so I hope to discuss with him about at least a college plan in addition to what's happening in the university, as well as other colleges are thinking the same lines. And so being strategic, just in case I get the no from the provost office, we're still going to do this and be successful. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Questions out in TV land? That's what I always call it. Nope. Oh, yeah. Raised hand. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see if I can get that open. Ah, yes. Henora, did I pronounce that?
Yes, Janora. Yes, thank you so much for the information. My question is really sort of twofold. You talked about the cultural climate shift as one of your goals. And really, one of the earlier slides, you had a bullet on there, something about, wanting to have a culture where academics seek mentoring, like wisdom and strategies. And I think that's where we all want to end up. But so in your efforts, how was that received? Because oftentimes the people that need to go to these mentoring trainings, they're really willing to go. So how, but then the ones that really need to go, right, they don't go. So what was that climate shift like for you? I know it's still in process.
Well, and this is something like actually another book I'm starting to read about how to properly incentivize activities so that they get participation. And it's a science in and of itself. I don't have a complete answer to that. It is a combination of trying to figure out what motivates different people. Some of it is extrinsic, some of it is intrinsic, internal, and trying to find that right balance and determine that for each individual. Well, what would it take for you to consider giving up some of your precious and valuable time to share that wisdom and knowledge that you have with somebody else, either whether it be a colleague or a student? I mean, this is a common question that I get. and it's still something that I'm still trying to uncover, but it has to do with the proper incentivization and something that's not going to, well, we're going to throw money at it. Maybe we'll give release time and all of those kinds of things. And then it crowds out the intrinsic ones and say, well, are you saying that people won't do this unless they get money? And I hope that's not where we get to, but we have to figure out what that incentivization balance is. So it's still a thing I'm still trying to figure out here.
Good. Thank you.
Continue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and our next, our final speaker on the fellows showcase is Matt Stallman from Computer Science at NC State.
So where do I go to find? Yes. And then to arrow keys will be the trick. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. First, I want to thank everyone I've interacted with throughout this program. It's been great. I've learned a lot. I wish I could incorporate everything I've heard into our departmental plan, but I'm just going to focus on some of the details that may be unique to what we're doing. Okay, whoops. Here. What did I just do? Oh, escape. Yes. And then slideshow again. Okay. Yeah, I have a Mac, not a Windows machine. Okay. Anyway, here's rough idea of the history. We've done a lot of good things already, good things that some of the other departmental plans have incorporated, but we have a long way to go yet. And here's kind of the map of the pathway through our PhD program. What a lot of students do is they focus on the right-hand side of the picture, namely, here are the required courses, and students get into the PhD program because they've been successful academically, and that is often to their detriment. The reality is that the stumbling block is the written prelim. Even though it is no longer a sit-down written prelim, it is a research paper where they have to do a presentation. And the student who gets an advisor immediately is funded, has a project, they breeze right through that. But a lot of other students might wander about for several years, change advisors, other things get in the way. And it may take 4 years to get to that actual written prelim, even though it's planned to be done by the end of the second year. And some students drop out in that process, and they've been here for several years, and they have nothing to show for it. So 2016 was an ABET accreditation year, so we put on our accreditation hats and set aside some outcomes. These are relatively uncontroversial. And then earlier this year, a funding opportunity arose from NSF. There's an IGE program, Innovations in Graduate Education,
And that helped us to get really focused on the details of what we wanted to do. And the process is going to come later, the process of getting the whole department on board. But now we're really, okay, this is what we really, really want to do. Okay, so a major part of this proposal is a sequence of experiences during the first 2 years of the graduate program. One of the things we want to incorporate are 2 courses that have already been taught and have not been taught in a couple of years. One major one is this academic vibrancy course taught by Lori Williams. And in fact, when she was department head, we had a departmental joy committee, which addresses some of these aspects. Ethics are becoming very important in our field, so it's not sufficient to just have a 1-credit ethics seminar. We want to have ethics throughout the curriculum. Some new courses we want to develop, a research methods course, which in the second half is going to address specific issues related to specific subdisciplines. Lab rotations are a completely new idea in our field. I know a lot of sciences are doing them already. And we want to have a TA training and mentoring course, which is going to be based on a similar thing at the undergrad level by Tim McNeil. And finally, this written prelim is already a course, CFC 890. Well, let's make it a real course. Let's make it a 2-semester sequence where the instructors set milestones for the students to ensure that at the end of that time frame, they will actually complete a research project, give a presentation, write a paper, rather than just kind of wandering around with their own advisor and maybe eventually getting to that point. So what we hope to do with all of this is to level the playing field for everybody. Unlike what's happening today, all the students will have roughly the same experience in the first 2 years. And part of that experience is to have courses that promote joy, academic vibrancy, work-life balance, but also lab rotations where they get to know other PhD students and several potential advisors, and some experience with teaching, some mentoring. And so they are prepared to navigate the rest of the program at that point. We would like to have a teaching requirement because the skills that you develop in teaching a course are not just useful in academia, they're useful in industry as well. And there are several mechanisms for doing that. Some of our PhD students already teach courses as instructor of record, but the university has a lot of excellent programs preparing for the professoriate. There are mentor teaching courses, and we can do that on our own as just a supervised instructor situation. Another thing we'd like to do is a tiered mentoring program where there's peer mentoring, mentoring of new students by faculty, by students that are farther along the way. And an important part of that is formal mentor training for both faculty and students. Our stretch goal is that all first-year PhD students are funded to do research. Currently, a lot of them are funded by teaching assistantships, which in a lot of cases holds them back because the time they spend on that particular duty gets in the way of their research. And it also is a detriment to some of us faculty members who have to deal with teaching assistants who are stressed in other ways and who may not be experienced. So that's going to be a real difficult process, given the number of students that we have. And finally, we need some mechanisms for evaluation, and some of these come from the NSF proposal. Others are just kind of brainstorming, and it'll be a while before we get that right. And finally, thank you to, there's a PhD program culture and policies task force that's been looking at these issues. I've listed the collaborators on this NSF proposal, and Ruda Dutta is the one who originated this current research seminar course. So he gets a lot of credit for improving the situation over the last few years. Okay, so that's it. And now you can have lunch. Question.
More than most of the plans that I'm presented and the ones that I've read, this will really make some very fundamental curriculum changes. What conditions do you have in your department that allow you to often get away with that in a way that perhaps some of your colleagues may not have had the freedom to do?
Okay, so there's two things. One, we have a wonderful departmental culture. And number two, over the years, we've had, except for COVID, every semester we've had a departmental mini workshop. And during those workshops, there's always been one session about the PhD program. And this PhD program culture and policies task force grew out of that. And this year we finally decided, okay, let's get this done. We've been discussing it for years, right? So hope that answers your question, Walt.
Yeah, very much a follow-up question. And that is, you have well-funded advisors who get first-grade undergraduates in and say, I just want them to march through the program, put them in the lab, do the PhD, come out the other end in 4 years. Are you getting pushback from some of your faculty about that?
Okay, so we have not floated this idea to everybody yet. But informally, I was talking to somebody at lunch who may be in that position, and she was saying, I pay people to work with other faculty members because it benefits me, it benefits them. So that is a selling point, and we're going to try to make that pitch.
Good luck.
Thanks. Yeah. All right. Okay, so that they will be required to be instructors later on, and most faculty members are willing to have them be TAs later on when they are doing research, and there's some of that going on already. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of details to be worked out there, and you're pointing out one of the important ones. Okay, thank you, everybody. Oh, chat. X, yeah. Okay, chat at the bottom. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you to all of our fellows. So it's about 12:30 and lunch is next on the agenda. So let's plan to come back here at 1:30. And there's lunch in the back of the room. Also, please ask more questions and have discussion while you're having lunch. And you're welcome to have lunch in here or to go outside in the lawn outside. But let's just reconvene at 1:30.
What are they dinner? That didn't work in the
Yeah, I'm sorry. So you drove here from, Indiana? That's quite a drive.
And it was worth it, because it was more of our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah, worked out well. Worked out with time. Yeah, I still have. Survived till the last year. This is the last year.
Well, we got an extension. We had one more. Yeah. So now I remember those videos.
That was January that it started.
The main reason I talked to Adela and have information, some of the knowledge
So there's some that, and that's saying like data or.
So we are going to. Oh, I forgot to mention that.
And this last day, I am,
You want to make an
Hey, folks, just want to, hey, I know we're eating and I don't want to interrupt that. It's not official business. It's me being selfish and promoting the gallery right down the hall. Is the African American Cultural Center's art gallery. And it's open if you want to peruse some of the current exhibits, as well as the library that's also inside that room. It is a part of NC State's library, so you can check out anything with your ID. They have a wonderful selection of children's books, if you got kids. But you can go there, take your food, look around, enjoy.
Yeah, so that's actually what we're gonna talk about. What are we?
Potentially that's something. There's one or two players on there. There's already somebody over the work for them. Or they're trying to keep a little bit harder. University down.
I'm gonna do the same.
I'll get your list of more, I'll fly you down, but he's literally on the phone. No, sorry, I'm late. That is, Neil said, the first. He could, the day was late. Yeah, now they're I feel the name that nowadays, but they made, I don't know, they just thought I'm gonna get on the food. Yeah.
That'll impact. They know the next meeting, bubbles up. Right now, it's not. Maybe there's a change. And you bubble back up. How are you feeling? When my But that time, I said, what kind of deal? I said, well, let's start doing this. I didn't think you realized the impact. So, and then you know, they. After that later, so being home, you know, I've lost all the contact. I have Well, yeah, that, but we also, yeah, but we also. We do. If you call the name. So my idea was, I'm in my. And then the co-chair, is really one. And if it's saying about stuff about. And then do So Bill, not they coach it. We'll have a big group thing. Now, she had to be happy. Like one of my girls. Well.
Yeah, we just don't think it's fantastic. I'm sending
I know, see, I know. Yeah.
No, we're counting. We have a check for the names. All the names are on the page.
Yeah, they do science. But I want to do it. Oh, I got mine done. Oh, you- I'm talking about more the process. I think we're gonna talk about, I think we can talk about. Oh, wow.
Your list.
I was.
Yeah, so, it's just not that hard.
This year, When they're, when they. They work all on this.
Not really, I'm not
Right off.
My oldest son is gonna have to. The other is like, 4 years now, but. You taking that 100%. I don't know.
Well, I it feels like you kind of like for a second, you know, right now.
Because you have to get to the pattern. He did part-time stuff, and he was happy. The thing like that, they were. Oh, yeah, both of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Played a little more concrete. And so that was a.
We have a net, and we put some time on it in our neighborhood. Takes a lot of. Probably right at 5. Yeah.
You're right. Wow. But 5 years later, I'm going
I do, not definitely not. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, people, when they do It's coming. I don't like it. Well, and I'll be on you. I'm crazy. You know, we got it on the phone. Because on they don't have to see. I'll have to. Can you tell me how to do this, isn't it? Oh, I have to do it. You go into the code, you copy it out, and you copy it, and you, that's what I do. That's how it's made. Because I mean, I'm just talking about people who are programming. I wrote all my, all of that. Yeah, we're talking about, I know, do it, everybody, how do I get the learning stuff, you know, the government, and all that stuff is important.
No, no, stop it. I don't try to sell this thing. I do. He's gonna pick up modeling football model. Modern art form, more efficient, more efficient. Another one of those art forms, you know, you have to do that. And I can pick up all kinds of language. What you did with your emails was you had one print, printed out to like the end, you go to the top, and then you look at that. And then you got you know, it's just, we thought we were account member. But I wonder, but I know that. I think it has been. Yeah. Yeah, I got. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean,
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to interrupt your engaged discussion, but we have to start so we can finish more or less in time. I'm Abdallah Midush. I'm the Dean of the College of Science and Technology at A&T, and I'm a co-PI for the AGEP project. We wanted to have a round table discussion this afternoon about, well, first, you know that there's a whole lot of work being done, as you have seen through the presentations and the discussions by all of the AGEP participants. And as you know also is that the project has one more year to finish its intended job. So we wanted to engage with all of you, advisory board members, students, committee and the fellows and everybody who's here on what we should do to keep that momentum going beyond even the lifetime of this project. And maybe even expand on the activities that the project has done so far and will do for this calendar year. So I wanted to open the floor for ideas and input for how do we sustain and keep what we are having there going. Project is going to be over. We have one more year as a no-cost extension. And what should we do to ensure that the individual departments in the three institutions keep the spirit and the goals of the AGEP project going, and maybe, as I said before, expand on it. So the floor is open. I want to get as many.
Can she make that bigger?
She is in charge.
Just make it bigger. What does that mean?
Bigger.
Bigger font.
Make a
A bigger
size.
font, yes.
Or you can do the percent.
Yeah, just change the 100% to like.
Yes.
150.
It should
Right here?
come up now. It should don't.
Also, I don't think you're sharing the screen or anything.
No, I don't think so.
Let's see, we're just gonna. Let's,
Or maybe just, yeah, make it 14, 15. Is that good?
that work?
Is that good?
That's better, Andy.
Yeah.
Do you want to share the screen also?
Yeah. Do you have the Zoom here?
Huh?
The Zoom meeting.
No, no, right here,
Yeah, and then,
down here.
yeah, bring it, here. Yeah, right there, and then share,
I did control
and then,
plus.
where's the file?
Yeah, control plus. Will make the whole thing bigger.
Yeah, but where is the file? Your file, I don't see it. This one,
This one right here,
yeah, click on it,
click on this.
Mhm. That's it. Okay, I think it is shared now.
Mm-hmm.
Is
We
it
good?
good? Font is good? All right, great.
Okay.
So,
Bigger, okay.
all right, yeah, so the first question or the first topic of discussion is what should we do this summer and next year to maintain the momentum of the project going and maybe even expand on the activities that we have done so far. And also, how do we make sure that the departments, all of the departments that have been involved in the AGEP project, keep that mission of the project in mind and keep doing the good work that they have been doing. All right? Any thoughts?
I think it'd be helpful to hear, I know this is not actually at this point, but for the real estate, right, for everyone in the room, it might be helpful to hear kind of where we currently are, in the program just as of today. You know, where we are in cohorts, if the current cohort is doing one more year, or if it's last year dedicated to assessment, is assessment looking the same this coming year as it has looked? Just kind of know really what the current plan might be, and then offering, you know, thoughts on that or on enhancements to that. I don't know if that already currently exists or not.
Marsha, I want to give a very brief status of where we stand.
I want to point out that Porterville has just stepped into this role also, so, you know.
Yeah, so as far as cohorts go, we've had, each campus has had 2 cohorts. And, NC State has had 3 cohorts, and the third cohort just finished their 2-year term. We don't have any new cohorts starting. We're hopeful that we might, have NC State pick this up, but that's, we don't know if that's gonna happen. And then As far as the department plans go, I think there are about 8 departments that have completed their plan, and then there are another at least 8 or 10 that have draft plans that are still working their way through the department. And there are some departments that haven't even submitted a draft. Was there more to the?
So for NC State, this coming year, there won't be an additional cohort. What about for other state campuses?
They're not.
We might start a new board. I don't know yet. I don't know about Charlotte. We might, and we might do so also, I think. But at this stage, we don't know yet for sure. I think for ANT, likely that we start in the court.
Even though they will be, you would have to have a second extension on the grant for them to have the 2 years while we still have the grant. But I think they're, at least for UNC Charlotte, because it comes out of my office, which is an established office, we can find whatever we want. So, well, but, so it shouldn't be a problem.
And the same thing for me. All right, now that you know where we are, tell us what you think we should do. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing I think would be helpful is to have periodic check-ins about our department plans. I don't know what the period should be, but I feel the need certainly of a support group.
We like to work on deadlines, right? I know my check-ins in 3 months. I'll make sure I get something done before 3 months check-in.
Yeah.
And probably 3 months is the reasonable.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed I'm in cohort 3, but I really enjoyed the conversations we've had. So I would like continuing some of that, like having some sort of reading or targeted discussion, but then let it branch out organically wherever it goes. You know, just have those regular, I don't know how often that would be, but I like having those interactions and hear other people's thoughts and experiences. That's been really helpful.
Yeah, and I think this is an excellent idea. We can continue even beyond the lifetime of the project as a community of interest, you know, people who are interested in this topic and continue those discussions and maybe even come together for other funding opportunities as well.
Going along with what you said is, you know, I think there'd be a lot of faculty in our departments that would fully enjoy the conversations and have tremendous, whether they're in a cohort or not, just, we're gonna have a discussion on this, and I think there'll be a lot of people would be interested, you know. So maybe we each of us bring 1 or 2 people from the department that would be interested in that. I think it'd be great.
I think that would help with the immunity to change things. That's important.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking that if we think back to what we promised NSF, we said we were going to have a toolbox that could be useful to other universities in terms of implementing strategies related to what we been doing. We've had 2 cohorts look at 2 universities and 3 centers, 4 plus 3 7 departments. And in those departments, we have plans that have been developed, and there are good things related to accomplishing what we're trying to do in those departments. And I think it would be useful to take the best of what they have proposed in those departments related to the goals that we're trying to do, and make sure that's expressed well in the toolbox, so that other universities could pick it up, or other universities, other departments within our own university to pick it up and implement the kind of things that we've been doing successfully. And you know, as being a person who's lived a lot of this, I mean, my long career, sort of like 40 plus years, 45 years. Most of the time, I've been either one African American in my unit or maybe 2, most of the time, except for part of the time when I was at A&T.
And so I think it's important for individuals who are in that situation to have ideas as to how to deal with it. And one of the things that I found to be very, very important to me was communication skills. I was fortunate enough to participate in public speaking contests when I was in high school. And I always say that one of the most important courses that I took was an in-company course at San Diego Laboratories on technical writing, where the individual was sort of eccentric, but he emphasized how you make presentations, how you organize them, how you share on your screen what you're saying to not help individuals focusing on what you're saying and not looking at the screen or vice versa, so that you keep the orientation on what you're saying or trying to say. And a lot of people think I don't want to have 2 minute slides. I'm talking about it. In a way.
We don't do
it. So the idea is that if you go through the slides fast, it doesn't matter how many you have. And if you have a slide up there with a lot of words and you over here talking and people reading, they either understand what's on the slide or what you're saying about not knowing. And I know that because I have a one-track mind, and I think most engineers do. So I think we can still have a lot of productivity in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in the next year if we use that type of organization.
Yeah, so I was thinking about how do we institutionalize what we've done? And I think to some extent that involves getting leadership, campus leadership involved. Peter, I don't see Peter here today, he was at last year's meeting. The reason our graduate schools are really key. So I would actually encourage, I was very excited by Joel's presentation, by the way. I think that was an example, really great opportunity for institutionalization. And I hope this pitch to our provost was successful. But I wonder if this group can get a meeting, probably over Zoom because they're different campuses, with the 3 graduate deans, 3 institutions, and really a short presentation. Here's what we've done. And this is the ask. This is how it can be transformative for these campuses. Because at some level, we're in a very hierarchical system. And unless we can push it up the food chain, it's going to be hard to sustain. So what are you suggesting that we ask of the graduate dean? Well, I think that would be, we'd have to work it out. We'd have to come up with a really condensed list of these are the things that came out of this program that would really make a difference. I think a mentorship academy would be one of them, frankly. But there are probably other things as well.
The toolkit that we have.
Yeah, the toolkit, and the toolkit is, I think the toolkit is great, but it's going to live on a website. Websites is someone going to take over the care and feeding of that website for the long term, And that should be in the graphics.
I think going back to what you're saying, we need to get Catherine Stewart in our university and the Office of Faculty Excellence in the department heads. We meet as a department head every month on some topic. And I think making sure that she's aware of that, especially when the new department heads come in orientation, that's a great place where we talk about AGEP fellowships and what we've done in the toolbox and change and things like that. I think that would be important.
I think it is important, but equally important is that at the grassroots level, the faculty, the fellows do something about it too. I think you have to have both. Both arms. You have to have the leadership on board and supporting, our activities, but also you have to have a buy-in from the faculty. And I think there, in my view, the fellows should play a critical role in getting as many of their colleagues and peers to understand the importance of this work and also explain to them how they can be engaged and have in the process. I think we have to do both at the same time. Yes.
In terms of because I know one of the primary goals of this project was to demonstrate the effectiveness of the AGEP model of change. And so I'm just curious how far, based on the leadership team, the evaluation team, what you all think about how close we are to being able to rigorously demonstrate the effectiveness of the model, considering considering that's kind of one of the longest lasting pieces of the program. And based on where we think kind of we are with that, how can we use this final year to kind of elevate that and to put in place whatever research tools or whatever is necessary to really drive that home, particularly for NSF. I imagine by the end of this, they're really going to be wanting to see, you know, how effective is this model and at effectively changing faculty perceptions and practices. So just curious about what we think about that.
Evaluation team, you want to? Get you in here?
I think I have, well, some ideas, one of the things, from reading most of the plans, I read all of the plans. Many of them are missing an assessment plan. Like, here's our great idea, but then what? You know, we're gonna change this and that for the students, but most of the plans were lacking in, we're going to, you know, survey our students every year. We're going to have a checklist of all the things that we put in our plan, the things that we're going to do and check off whether we did them or not. We're gonna do some climate assessment. I mean, all the surveys that we've done are sitting on the toolkit, so you can download them and administer them again and fire if you want. But you can continue to do some sort of regular assessment of whether you're meeting these goals that you set, the milestones you set. I think there's also a timeline thing that's missing a lot of times, and some of the feedback we've given is, you know, in this academic year, we intend to, you know, go through the faculty approval process to no longer use the GRE questions and actually put a timeline and a deadline and a responsible party. That's another thing that was often missing was whose job is it to keep doing this? So those are a couple of the things that came up. And I also think in a lot of cases, and Amy will speak to this more, the isolation of several of the fellows. Well, half of the fellows had the full support of the department, so they had an institutional role like being the director of graduate programs, which gave them sort of authority to do the work. Others were all by themselves off in a corner, writing a plan by themselves without anybody helping them out or caring.
Right, so, I would say, sort of, amplifying what Kathy just said, that I think the, success has been mixed. In some departments, it's been really successful, they made substantial changes. And some departments are still on the way, and some departments have not done anything. Yeah, there are a lot of factors, I think, that play into the success. One of them being how much support they have from their department head and the climate going into the program in their department, and the interest in this kind of thing. As far as assessment, so I've tried to get annual reports, update reports from each of the departments, each of the fellows every year. And this year I started meeting with the fellow, the department head, and the DGP at the time when I need to get those assessments. And that seems to be a better way of actually collecting the information about what they've done, what they've accomplished. So each year we do have kind of a list of what the accomplishments have been. And then as far as transmitting this information to other places, we've done one workshop with Georgia State, and we're scheduled to do 2 more workshops this summer at conferences about this model. So I can't claim we've had complete success, but I think that we have had some success, and we've been learning some things along the way. And then as far as research goes, we are also scheduled to, but we haven't started yet writing a paper on what we've learned through this process. What's been working, what's not worked, what we've learned about it.
Yeah, I think based on that, my recommendation, because I just wanted to hear that to offer informed recommendation, but I think for this next year, I think it would really be beneficial from the assessment and change model side of things to really kind of pull as much evidence as we can to develop a clear kind of clear understanding of the effectiveness of the model in these three different, parts. From whatever they may be in the surveys, interviews, or annual reports, collecting as much data and evidence as we can to support the kind of linkages in our model and the impact, support the impact that we claim our model can make on these departments.
Right. Yeah, I think also it's very important to mention that, here, the whole project is about changing culture within academic unit. And that is a very, very hard thing to do, no matter how we look at it. And, the success, whether it is even, half of what we hope to achieve, if we can get to have, I think it's really a big deal. And also, the other half that we couldn't achieve, the understanding of the why, is also, adds to the knowledge generated by the project. So I think all in all, it's, even with mixed kind of results, the project has achieved a lot.
I was just gonna say, and I'm usually for my colleagues happy to bring this up, but your comments also made me think of it, is the project, while we have framed it around institutional change, at the end of the day, it's institutional change that leads to folk who have been underrepresented systematically through the structures to move into the professoriate. And I think if that's not part of what gets addressed in that final year, then I won't say all of what we've done is not, but all of this was for something, right? And so I think that part has to, be like intentionally, addressed, even if it's, well, we don't know, we don't have enough time, we haven't had enough people to graduate, but we gotta be able to say something and being explicit about that piece. And I haven't really heard a lot of that popping up while I've been sitting there listening. So we gotta keep that in mind too.
And I was gonna address it a little bit from a sideways standpoint again, that there is still some misunderstanding, I would say, that this is focused on minority students from the US, so that traditionally, I don't want to say traditionally, it's not the right way, but the students have been underrepresented. Not about getting foreign students, even if they're from, it's not about foreign students, it's about our US students. And that's not, that is what NSF has set as the goal, is, neither here nor there what I think about that, and there's still some misunderstanding around that. And then again, into the professoriate is not just to get them, and I know the first step is to get them into the doctoral program, but it is, so even we're having talked to a lot of the different departments, there probably won't be a lot of data to really say systematically what impact this has had on our, we don't have enough students who, spend the 5, 7 year, whatever length of time. It is interesting when you go and talk to them, but then it switches away from minority students to just all students or to foreign students. So
when I was listening to your talk, I think there was a mention that they didn't have any minority students for 20 years. And there's no AGEP project that can change that overnight or even over the course of a 5-year or 6-year project. But what we are.
I have to object to that. So I've been a faculty member for 33 years. You want to support a student, you should support a student. It doesn't matter if you're minority or not.
Yeah.
So this question about it's not going to change, that's not true.
No, the
If you
number.
fund students, you can support a minority student. Okay?
We
It doesn't
all
take
agree.
10 years to do that.
We are here for that, but please understand, we are setting up the structure by which these departments are going to be able to attract more students and graduate them and move them to be professor. Not giving excuses, but what we are saying is that change happens a little bit over time. Maybe the project here cannot force those departments to all of a sudden.
The department matters. You get the funding from NSF, from any office, it's your part of money for your research. So you can fund the student. You don't have to wait for the department to make a decision for you.
Nobody said that the department is going
I'm
to.
just saying, I need the Department of Culture.
No, we are changing the culture. That's what I'm saying. What we are trying to do is to change the culture within the department. To one, appreciate that there is a problem. Two, do something about it, and three, start producing students. Yes.
I think, we have to understand that there is bias against underrepresented students. That's why they're underrepresented. And the problem is identifying students who are in the underrepresented group who we feel have the potential to be very successful. And I relate to that because I grew up in the country, North Carolina, and I went to A&T, and someone gave me an opportunity, Sandia Laboratories in particular, to join their program, their company, and get a master's degree on their money. And I got that master's degree, and because of that, I had an opportunity to go to the Air Force Gamers Research Lab to do research with, I was the only African American in that whole unit at AGEP-NC. And as a result of participating with those individuals, I was able to do 2 conference papers in the past. And that helped me to get on the PhD program at Sandia Laboratories. I went back to Sandia Laboratories. I got my PhD. The PhD helped me to get the A&T, and the results at A&T helped me to get the NC State. And so if somebody hadn't given me the opportunity, I don't know what I would be, maybe a technician at Western Electric or something like that. And now I have accomplished the things that I've been able to accomplish. So the thing is, we need to find a way to identify those individuals who are an underrepresented group that have the potential. Make an opportunity for them, help them along the way by mentoring, advising, guidance, and then help them on to go to academics. And a part of it is explaining to them the benefits of being a faculty. I didn't understand the benefits until I had the experience at the Air Force Gamers Research.
Yeah, I'm not in academia, and so I certainly don't understand the culture, I certainly don't understand probably the pressures that are facing in this particular political climate, but it is interesting. I think there's so much that's about supporting the graduate student in these plans, but there's not specific about supporting and advancing the underrepresented minority students. And I don't know if that's good or bad, and does it water down the efforts? And so when you do talk to these people, like, we haven't had a minority graduate student in 20 years. Well, then you've got to do something different. And that they seem to be the ones often that say, so we're not really sure why we're part of this grant, we're just gonna do it to just support everyone, so everyone is invited graduate student experience, which is great, but that's not the point of this project. And so I'm just kind of throwing this out there, it's within my role as the external evaluator to ask some of the hard questions. So this is, I believe, in the last year, the time to really sit down and refocus, when you look at what have we done and what is it really going to do.
That's nothing to say pretty much every year that I've been here. I think that when I think about Dr. Howard's presentation, the ways in which we make people feel comfortable about the mess that we exist in, those are the types of things that and like the department plan. If they're not doing well, if it's not intentional, it's intentionality that's important here. It's intentionality. And if you're not doing that, and we're coming up with these placating terms of, well, it's going to help everybody. Well, guess what? Everybody has to be suffering at the same level for the same amount of time. And so therefore you have to have an intentional plan to do something different. And while it may benefit the others, guess what? I'm going to tell you this, because Mark has said it too many times. He doesn't care about any of that. He cares about the students that they have identified. And so just as you're thinking about your plans and the big picture, I think that's part of what you'll want to really consider is how do we language, right? What we think we've done, how well we've done it, and where we have fallen short. And I guess it would be okay to say, you know what, we do it, and come up with anything that's gonna help you too. But everybody else, you're good. You've now got even more privilege, stacked upon the privilege that you came in with. That is some mess. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, please. I just want to clarify, all I did present very clearly here. So I kind of mentioned we don't have those, grant students, you know, so we do that, you know, so I said, okay, we need a plan for all the students, but my all students, including the EQN, and we just put in the effort. And I can very proudly tell you, so we actually, when we recently recruited two female students, you know, so all female students, and but my experience is it's just me, so I spend a lot of time talking with them, you know, so, and then, you know, so multiple meetings, you know, so. And so that's what I kind of, you know, plan that, I'm not, you know, that is, able to talk, but in terms of the culture thing, I'm not very good at it, you know, so I'm just, I think from my point of view, you know, so if we want to have more UI students, you know, more, we need to have more, you know, family members of that particular culture. So that's also I kind of forget, you know, so I'm very, very happy, you know, so we have, when, you know, so I just want to clarify, it's not, okay, my or is not kind of the, not considered as what happened, just want to let you know that.
I'm curious, in your plan, were you the only person, were you writing it more or less yourself, or did you have a lot of faculty input in here?
So, I kind of dropped it, and then we have a faculty member, we talk about it. So we also talk about, you know, so because Charlotte, so where we are, so actually, we have an early college next to us. If you look at the number of the African American students, there are a lot here. So we have a discussion why you don't talk to us, right? So there's a lot of discussion about that, you know, so, and then based on the input from my colleagues, so I kind of changed the plan a little bit. But we are doing something, you know, so try to do the pipeline, all those things. Yeah.
But there seemed to be intentionality in your plan for recruiting students from China and Bangladesh and India. So
yeah,
I didn't see exactly the same intentionality about recruiting underrepresented minority students.
Yeah, put it
The early college, or, I mean, you did say it about your undergraduate programs. I can read that between the lines if you're trying to get people to bachelor and master's program.
Yeah.
But
so it's also the undergraduate program. So where I'm actually, where do they go? You know, because for me, it's hard at a graduate level, so I'm going to graduate students better from our own program and how we use our. So I know, so we are still dropped, right? So I still need to revise it. I will put it for this.
Right. Yeah, I'd like to circle back because I like this discussion about the faculty supporting grads, underrepresented grad students, and it also sort of is in the context of the other comment about the political climate that we're in. So
That's what's coming actually.
yeah, one of the I mean, this is a conversation, you know, that comes up a lot, that faculty members are going to want to say, you know, I'm going to search through the pool and choose and make offers to what I think are the best students, right? And not necessarily aware that to them, the best student means the student that looks like them, right? At least to some extent, right? And so if you, I mean, if there was some incentive, right, where you could say, I don't know, let's suppose the resources were there and the department would say, if you recruit a member of the graduate student from an underrepresented group, the department will pick them up for a year or some such thing. I'm not certain that you could be allowed to do that. So I'm kind of asking for clarification.
So, yeah, you probably could not, I don't know if you could do that or not, but the AGEP program has supplement grants that you can get for graduate students by virtue of the fact that we have an AGEP grant. Any researcher in your department can apply for supplement to support a graduate student. So there are ways out there.
And that's valid for the next year while we have the no confidence. Sort of time limit on this.
Now that I just said that, I'm thinking that I don't believe in the. Yeah, the mathematical science, the physical, the mathematical science.
Well, you can also be actively engaged. I was talking to Joel before he left, and he said he's gonna go up for the bridge to the doctorate, the LCMC bridge to the doctorate again. Unless it's, next time it's his turn, which he thinks is soon, he's gonna go for it, and that would be an opportunity for you to bring in students who qualify through the LSAM, list of Alliance for Minority Participation.
Yeah.
I would think you can also do what you just said, but you have to do it carefully. You can't say I'm gonna take them, we will give you money for an underrepresented student, you will give money to a student that indicates that they have a history working with communities of, whatever, diverse communities, and can give you a plan about what they plan to do for the future. You can do that, and most of your, white students have never thought about it.
You can also do STEM. STEM supports graduate students, which is for historically, you have to be poor, however that's defined. High need and high GPA, high need and highly qualified, but you get to define what's highly qualified. They define what's high need, but there's a lot of correlation between the populations you're looking for and the citizens.
Highly qualified has been removed. Now.
I think it's, the institution gets to decide what highly qualified is.
In the new STEM, the new STEM doesn't require any more highly qualified. It's mainly, students in. All right.
I was gonna say, I wonder if it's, when I talked to one of the deans somewhere, and they were talking about hiring, that instead of just looking at kind of the main drivers that they can look at in hiring, they're looking now at DEI and leadership and other things like that. And so again, can you, it's not, the goal is not to get an underrepresented minority student, it's to get a student from that group who has the ability to be successful. And I think you easily find that by really defining clearly what success is. Success is not going to an Ivy League. That's just being lucky. Success, and I'm just saying, but success is these other things. And is there a rubric that would unpack some of this stuff that, because now I look at Ivy League, and believe me, I wanted to go. I look at Ivy League and I'm like, I don't want to go there. But anyhow, the point being that you look at the factors that if you unpack and you have a rubric, something that's a systematic way to really identify those students and do it in a way that's blind to name, maybe to the school they went to or whatever, to, have somebody find it that way so that you're really pulling for the things you want, that leadership, well, when you're given things on a table, where you don't have a leadership, you haven't worked 5 years at Taco Bell because that's how you get through school, and to work through school and maintain a high GPA, give that student anyway. That's that student.
Let me try to bring the discussion back to, we have one more year and we have to brainstorm on what we should do more of and what we should be doing less of for this summer and next year. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for calling us our focus. Once again, thank you. And I think that faculty have a lot of funding and can choose the graduate students they want, typically in our program. We have a lot of agency there. And we were told at the beginning, frankly, that AGEP was not about graduate recruiting, it was about mentoring. And I do think that on the very long run, making our mentoring processes better in our mostly white and Asian program will eventually make them more welcoming to the minority students that does show up. But yeah, we don't have the minority students in my program either. We have, I think in my program, we have 70 graduate students, and there are maybe 2 African American. They're demographics of North Carolina. So we keep avoiding this representation and recruitment issues, and maybe this is the time in the last year we have to come back from that and really decide, because, all these great mentoring programs are not gonna move underrepresented students into the focus oriented if we don't have the underrepresented students. That's basic, simple fact of arithmetic. So anyway, yeah, so, and for our program, it's not a retention issue. It's a recruitment issue, I can tell you. Because I saw retention before, it's a recruitment issue.
I think sometimes it is both. Yes. Windsor has.
I want to get to, I'm done,
Yeah.
but I want to make one comment. Which is, so I've been looking a little more at data and the survey results and the graduation rate data, and what I'm starting to see is really not so much difference in retention between underrepresented minorities and white students from the US, but between US students and international students.
Yeah, I was going to say that my understanding is that NSF indicated that this program is not for recruiting because they had other programs that emphasize recruiting, including recruiting for underrepresented minorities. But so they didn't want to use this money for that. But that does not preclude the departments from recruiting. And right now, the situation is, and it was explained in some of the presentations, that the number of underrepresented minorities in the PhD programs in the department is very small. So recruiting is an important part of the success that we need to have. But you have to use other funds to do that. And one of the things that I always felt I did have some administrative responsibilities, both at A&T and NC State. My feeling is that if you identify the things that are hampering the underrepresented minorities from either getting into the program or being successful in the program, there are other students that have those same problems. So you can develop plans that help all of the students, not just the underrepresented, but all of them, to get past those obstacles. And then make sure that the underrepresented students are taking advantage of this. And that has helped me to make progress in terms of helping underrepresented students to be successful.
I agree with you, and I think even though this program doesn't target recruiting per se, but the spirit of it will require that the department do something about recruitment of minority students. I mean, you put in place a mentorship program for those students, but if you don't have them, and the way I see it is that ideally the culture within those departments need to change such that every or most faculty feel the need to do something about bringing in minority students. And then the plans that we have developed with many departments then would apply. So I think it's really about, because as it was mentioned, I think by you, the PIs are independent really, and they do whatever, they please to do because this is what they told the agency they are going to do. And it very often, a faculty member will try to pick the highest GPA, the highest GRE score, the highest whatever. But we want here to instill a culture where there is a feeling that there is a need to do something about minority representation. Even though the program doesn't speak out explicitly about recruiting those students, but those departments need to make it, as one of their highest priorities to try to get in minority students in, and then whatever we have developed as tools would apply to those minority students and make them successful. And hopefully, ultimately, those will graduate, go to be professors and be role models for others to come, and then it keeps on rolling this way. And maybe we can expand with other universities by sharing what we have learned. Yes.
Yeah, based on what I'm hearing in this conversation, I think for this last year, what would be useful is to kind of set a really clear intention. That's a word that's come up quite a bit throughout this conversation. A clear intention, maybe going back to our original charter as a program, going back to the NSF, plan, what our vision was, what our project goals are, and kind of saying, okay, by the end of this next year, what student is it based on what we set out to do at the beginning? What do we need to do from today to the end of this funding, to the end of this project, to really meet what NSF is requiring and to make sure we have the department set up for success, both in the short term, in the long term. Now, obviously, there's gonna be limitations, because you're right, I mean, changing focus and climates, that takes a very long time, and a lot of very important effort on a lot of parts and resources. But, you know, that could be written into a limitation, right? But for now, we gotta have to demonstrate, here's what we were set out to do, here's what we actually accomplished, here's what still needs to be done, and here's the plans that we have maybe on our individual institution and community work. But, yeah, I think this program has gone on for so long, we've learned a lot, we've accumulated resources, fantastic resources for use. But I think that also we have branched out a little bit into many different areas that are useful and important, but may not be very closely tied to the original goals of the program. So I think it may be worth kind of going back to our source, kind of our original purpose, and going into this next year, going, okay, we really need to kind of trim back, you know, and really focus on the things that we set out to do at the beginning, and let the plan be guided by what we have at our disposal right now, and what our future really needs to be by the program. So I think kind of acting with intention from today to the end of the program would probably be the most important.
And you had a question. Yeah, I saw you.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to get back to the faculty point here. So, you know, what would help a little bit perhaps is to help have a list or something, help faculty to identify resources that they can use for students. And they mentioned a few, here, the bridge program, and STEP and so forth. And there are other agencies that have. So the individual faculty member can make a decision that do we the right for this type of grants or not. Because I think that would help the faculty incentive, talk about incentive. One way. I think in the long run, you don't want that. You should work on some out of incentives. You know, but 30, 20 years, it didn't happen. But either way, but you know, get things started, incentives are always nice to have.
And there are so many of those programs that faculty can tap into to get the funding.
Right, but they don't know.
That's true. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean,
Same thing in our universities. New faculty come in and they don't know about these things. So have something available to the educators.
I think one way I'm thinking of is to empower, of course, we have to have discussions with provost and dean, but also to empower our faculty fellows to, you know, share these ideas with their colleagues and peers within their department and maybe beyond. Because I think that can have a multiplying effect, and we may gain some faculty champions who would advocate for the same and push for the same. Maybe last question. I don't know, Marsha, how much time you have.
Yeah.
When do you want this? One more question?
Something that I'm thinking of is, in addition to the students where they are, which is a lot of what we talk about, and helping guide them through the programs, I think from a model perspective, we need to consider meeting the institutions where they are. Because NC State and UNC Charlotte and NC-NC is different. And I'll give an obvious example. At NC State, the fellows can tend to get release time relatively easily within the context of how their work happens. But at NC-A&T, it was nearly impossible because of the expectations for teaching and service and research and trying to elevate your research data. And I think it was never accommodated in the model that fellows at NC-A&T may have needed different support, whether it's buying them out of their classes, CA support to grade papers or whatever, relative to, say, fellows at NC State who could be department chairs and decide that this is how they're going to spend their time rather than doing something else and have that sort of freedom. And I think, so the model, I think, needs to consider where the institutions are coming from as, if you're going to recommend it to other people, that what works in one institution, some parts of it work, but not everything. And that needs to be considered.
Yeah, understood that actually if we are going to start a new cohort at ANT for this coming year, that what you are mentioning will apply. So we do recognize that these fellows need to have time, need to be supported, and need to be encouraged to be fellow.
And
So we rely on them.
Your interdisciplinary programs were another issue where the fellow and the students didn't really like map together like they did in some of the other departments.
They may not match exactly the same, but I think there is still value of having that connection. All right, any other last burning question? This is the last, the very last question.
So, quick, suggestion where I see low hanging fruit. This model is very complex. And so from a research perspective, it's very, very messy to come up with conclusions and understand what's going on. But it seems to me like at the department level, there have been a couple of departments at whichever university that have been successful. And so doing more assessment of those departments where things have worked well to understand that better seems to me to be the low hanging fruit. And, it's been mentioned the importance of working from the department level and higher ends as well. But it seems like there's data there at the department level where things have worked well to really understand the dynamics of that. And we first writing up the next research article in that area by collecting additional data on the department.
Yes, absolutely. I think that distilling what we have learned so far in the last 5 years probably would be very important this coming year, if you can just make sure we capture this one, because I think it's very, very important that we look at all of the experiments and try to capture what works and what didn't work to basically come up with maybe for future project with recommendations and what to do. All right, thank you all very much. Exciting discussion. Appreciate all the feedback and the input. Thank you. All right.
Flip the QR code. Flip the QR code for the. I mean, when we're gonna close this out, so not like that.
Maybe I'll talk enough, I don't know, but anyway, first thing I want to do is recognize the evaluators. We have talked about the contributions other people have made, and the evaluators have been very important. So could you just give your names so people know who you are?
I'm Kathy Bronner. I'm Amy Gervais.
Thank you very much. And one of the things that I would like to do is I took down some just bullet points, and maybe I'll just list those the things that came up that I think are important. And one of them that we just talked about is identification of possible applications and the students' applications to URM into the PhD program. And recruiting them is something that's not really a part of AGEP, but it's extremely important to what we're trying to accomplish. So recruiting URM students into the PhD program is an important part. And another thing that some of the departments talked about was having a individual development plan. And my philosophy has always been that in order to have the student to succeed, you need to have them to know what's expected of them. You need to have them to develop a plan as to how to get from where they are to what needs to be done. And we need to review that on a regular basis. So some departments talked about having an individual plan and reviewing it once per year. But I used to like to have my students to come see me once a week so we can gradually work on that plan. One of the things that is not talked about much, but is important, is isolation. If you are a URM, you're the only person and you're not really good at interacting with people publicly like myself, you need to develop a way of getting interaction with other individuals that can help you. And I learned as a faculty member that a lot of times the international students would meet together and work on things, and that would help them to succeed. And so I tried to help students to develop groups by working together under my research group to help each other to succeed. And I think it helped the URM students. Overall, I had about 1/3 of my students could be classified as PhD students, could be classified as underrepresented minorities. And it helped them to be together with the whole group and interact and other student success, what they were working on and so forth. I really think that one of the things that has helped me to succeed are communication skills. And there are three parts of that I think that are important. One is, if you're making a presentation, how to organize the material and work in a way that focuses the attention of the audience on what you're saying as well as on the screen, rather than what's on the screen or what you're saying. Most people have like a one-track mind. You can talk, get one or the other, but not both. So if what you're talking about is not consistent with what's on the screen, that's a problem. Writing is not just grammar. I mean, all through most of the courses I took in English were on grammar, sentence construction. But when you write in a document, you need to organize it in a way that emphasizes the things that you want to have your audience to understand, and in a way that gives you benefit or credit for what you're trying to do. And that's something that's not really taught, but learning that is an important. And when you get ready to apply for a job or whatever communication skills, you need to figure out how to make yourself into what that person's looking for to employ or opportunity, and present your background, resume, and so forth to exactly match what they're looking for. And that's a skill that's not taught, but it's an important skill. We talk about graduation rates, but in order to have the URM students to graduate with the PhDs, you need to get them into the PhD program. So recruiting is extremely important. And most of the presentations were identified that there was a small number of underrepresented students in the PhD programs. Making an academic career choice is something that's not really a part of most of the backgrounds for underrepresented students. They tend to think about going to industry, or if they're teaching at a high school or whatever. And most underrepresented students don't have a family member that can relate to them the benefits of being in the university faculty member. So expressing to them the benefits of being a university faculty member is something that's not a part of their background, and that's what's needed to recruit them. I learned that I was fortunate enough to get to go to the Air Force Research Laboratory as a part of my Air Force 4-year commitment as an officer. By the way, I was the only African-American in that unit, but I learned what research was about, and I learned to enjoy it. And that, promoted me to emphasize my career choice as in academia. So I wanted to get my PhD. When the opportunity came, I went as a faculty member, and I enjoyed being a faculty member, working with students. I enjoyed getting credit for things I had done, my accomplishments. And that's what motivated me to be in academia. And that's what you need to do to try to encourage the URM students to become faculty members. Role models. If there's nobody they can look to that's like them, that says, here's how you be successful, that's a negative point. And we talked about next year. And I really believe that one of the best ways to be successful is to do what you promised to do. And so that's why I'm emphasizing the toolkit. I think a large part of what we emphasize as a part of this program is developing a toolkit that could be used by other universities to help them to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish in this program. And I really think it would be very beneficial to this group in credit if we developed that toolkit, really made it something that another department could use as a guidelines as to how to go about doing this and being successful. That's what I got from this meeting, and I hope you got something similar. And if you didn't, I don't know, maybe somebody would like to speak up. This is something they got that I didn't speak about. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming. It's wonderful to see you in person and to hear all of your ideas. and share with you. If you haven't done it, please fill out the evaluation form. And that'll be the closing for this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
It's a little screen picture. Oh, okay. I'm like, oh God, it's a screen picture, sorry.
I don't need it in my work.
Right, Martha, right, that's right, Martha does need to go, so initially going to be me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a call, but you have to respond.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm fine.
Give me my talking points.
Oh, I wrote it. Right, I saw that.
I'm gonna do the same one. When you're done.
I think it is double. Terry just came and says, I never got my message.
We finally got position, I just got them yesterday. So, yeah, we ended up, I paid some. There was only one person in the world. But yeah,
It's copy and paste, all right.
really bad, but yeah, they had dates of application in March, so I don't know if they like reached out, but I already have something somewhere else. And I don't know, but I just got them this three. If you'd like to see the application.
All of them are.
No. I'm happy that. Oh, it's been in the process. Oh, my sister's like. Yeah, it gets fired. It might still be up there, but, yeah, finally got yeah, I had one person for the longest time, and she kept saying, can't send it to you, can't send it to you.
Oh, then no, you want to.
Thank you, all right.
I said, I have 2-11-year-olds. I don't know if they're and this thing called. You and Patrick in the time and Mark, there's sprinkler data, or put it, you can share it, because I thought I was maybe like privilege of the list. So you say, you thought we were important to say, I was more all when you're sharing. People were asking for my last time, so I don't know if people. No, we did the exit surveys in the fall, and I got the entry surveys in the summer. Anyway, I know, I read that, I said, good luck later.
Oh, I'm sure you did. I have, if it didn't get somewhere, it's my fault, not somebody else's, so.
I know you guys are. Oh, yeah. And I moved in.
I still heard it. It took me forever to get. Yeah, I did work on me. I don't know why my phone.
Maybe it was Yang.
Well, she tried to do it. I mean, it belongs, I will go and make the, I think the, a 90 one, so.
Well, sometimes I use it like Googling, and see if like anybody ever went to, like, you go to ncsu.edu, that on survey, and then you can type it in, but this was great. I could see it. I like to not do that, but I've never been sitting at this. Yeah, it's gone back trying to do it on his iPad. It switched to my iPad, it worked on my iPad. Make it much bigger. Nothing like being straightforward.
Yeah.
Very careful. When I
taught at King's Medicine.
Oh.
Epidemiology and biostatistics.
I have a couple of them. They do work at Bristol, I don't know. So we used to work on it, we worked along. Okay, no, I was going like this. And then they went to. Yeah. Well, I mainly, because they think the kids who want to do engineering are going to that kind of switch. They start here.
And I wanted to, the way it was explained to me, I wanted to be even the research, I don't want to be doing grants, I didn't want to be doing that. I wanted to actually be interviewing, doing the data. And so, look at that. And so they said, well, when you have what you need. I worked at West, you know, up in Maryland. They do a lot of that. So, for her studies. And so, we covered so many years. But then we moved down here.
Probably much better.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't like, so much so that I don't like it.
As soon as we got the team stuff, remember that.
Where's the local? You're right.
We were like, you at least now. Yeah.
No, usually. It is a lot. Well, it's getting expensive though for our new faculty. They are complaining that we cannot find out. But only they can. But it used to be. No, it's less.
No, what is the scale on that? 30 minutes away?
It's only 35 miles.
Miles away. Okay, is it more reasonable? Housing? Not really. Closer. Okay.
High Point would be cheaper, but High Point is the kind of smaller.
Yeah.
Gainesville of the three.
Yeah.
It's more kind.
Okay. You thought about great. My sister.
Gainesville is not.
Yeah, my husband is teaching and teaching independent school. And there's a day school up in Greensboro.
Yeah. Yeah. Gainesville again?
Yeah. They thought about it a few times.
I heard on the extending.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
Yeah, they're great school. Well, how do you think it went? It's fine. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. I love the day here at home.
Yeah, but yeah, there were some ideas I think that we can actually put into that. Yeah. That's good, it has a little bit of guidance. It's hard to do that on all the time. I guess, so we did never get to the question about meetings for the summer. So I guess we'll just keep on our feet, we'll have our meetings. As usual.
And then think about the kids.
Right, yeah, yeah, do something. Then do something, like, one last.
Yep.
So after a while, the next started getting. Yeah.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
You need any help up there? Maybe, okay, I don't know, where is the park? Again, well, I don't need to. You need to throw that all right. Yeah, except this one. I don't know if I'm ever gonna see Edmund again. He was, he's a fellow before he. Yeah, and he left me. I can get rid of that one. Oh, I'm good, I don't need something. Where are you parking? No. Okay, well, I'm done with this. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Oh, sí. Gracias. No, por favor, no.